Good evening, fellow travelers on this serene narrative journey. Tonight, our collective consciousness shall embark upon a tranquil and unhurried exploration of venerable myths and the hushed echoes of antiquity. It is recommended that one soften the ambient illumination and find repose beneath a comforting covering, allowing the clamor and exigencies of the day to recede into oblivion. As preparations are made for this contemplative passage into the soothing realm of Hellenic mythology, one's thoughts are encouraged to meander across the time-worn marble thoroughfares and through the verdant olive groves characteristic of a less complicated era. These narratives, rich with the wisdom of millennia, have been tenderly transmitted through countless generations, passed from the lips of grandmothers to their progeny in the gentle, flickering glow of domestic hearths. Now, with the lights suitably dimmed, perhaps accompanied by the gentle, hypnotic hum of a cooling fan, the recounting shall commence. In the primordial Genesis, a period preceding the very existence of deities, humankind, or even the celestial bodies that adorn the nocturnal firmament, there reigned only chaos. This was not the disarray one might associate with a cluttered adolescent's chamber, but rather a profound, gaping void. It was akin to an unbounded, unformed chamber, devoid of walls, ceiling, or floor, an expanse of infinite non-existence. From this boundless nothingness, the earth manifested. She was not a sentient being in the manner of human individuals. One might envision her as the very ground beneath one's feet at this moment, the fertile soil nourishing botanical life, the geological formations of every coastline and mountainous elevation. Gaia, as she was known, initially existed in a state of slumbering quiescence, simply being, occasionally extending her vast form. Concomitantly with Gaia's emergence, Tartarus materialized, a nebulous, melancholic abyss situated profoundly beneath the Earth's surface. And there was also Eros, a primordial force less akin to a corporeal entity and more to an intrinsic sentiment, representing the inaugural stirrings of attraction or inherent connection between disparate elements. Furthermore, night and day arose alongside Erebus, which embodied the pervasive gloom that permeated all vacant spaces. Gaia, experiencing a profound sense of solitude in her singular existence, subsequently brought forth Uranus, the sky. He unfurled himself as an expansive azure canopy above her, adorned with ethereal clouds by day and sparkling constellations by night. Together, Gaia and Uranus constituted the inaugural cosmic pairing, the terrestrial sphere and the celestial vault, perpetually conjoining at the horizon, eternally intertwined. From their union sprang forth a multitude of offspring, a veritable pantheon of nascent powers. The initial progeny were the 12 Titans. These were colossal entities, not entirely divine in the later Olympian sense, yet possessing a grandeur surpassing mere natural phenomena. Their appellations were straightforward. Oceanus was the Titan personifying the immense river believed to encircle the entire known world. Hyperion embodied the Titan of radiant light. Mnemosyne held dominion as the Titan of memory, possessing an exhaustive recollection of all that had ever transpired. One might ponder the immense mental exertion required to recall every action performed or every sight witnessed throughout existence. Such a task would undoubtedly prove immensely fatiguing. Following the birth of the Titans, Gaia and Uranus begot the Cyclopes, prodigious beings characterized by a single prominent eye centrally positioned on their foreheads. Contrary to later, often sensationalized narratives, They were not fearsome monstrosities. Instead, they functioned as skilled artisans, laboring with metals and stones within their secluded forges, nestled beneath mountainous peaks. Subsequently, the Hekatonchires emerged, a nomenclature indicative of their extraordinary forms. Giants each endowed with 50 heads and 100 arms. One can only imagine the logistical complexities involved in sourcing appropriate attire for such beings. Uranus, regrettably, proved to be a less than benevolent paternal figure. He harbored a distinct aversion towards his own progeny, particularly those of unusual or unconventional appearance. Consequently, he forcibly relegated the Cyclopes and the Hekatonchires to the abyssal depths of Tartarus, that somber realm, solely to spare himself the sight of them. This act caused Gaia profound sorrow, for these were, after all, her own offspring. Thus Gaia conceived a stratagem. She conferred with her children, the Titans, inquiring if any would lend their assistance against their tyrannical father. Only the youngest, Cronus, assented to her plea. She furnished him with a stone sickle, a crescent-shaped implement typically employed by agriculturalists for harvesting grain. As twilight descended and Uranus prepared to enfold himself around Gaia, Cronus wielded the sickle to sever his father from his mother. Uranus, wounded and defeated, ascended high into the cosmos, thereby permanently separating the earth and sky, which were no longer in perpetual embrace. As Uranus retreated, he uttered a prophecy foretelling that Cronus would, in due course, be deposed by his own offspring, mirroring the very act by which he himself had seized power. Cronus now assumed the mantle of king among the Titans. He entered into matrimony with his sister Rhea, a practice that was commonplace among divine entities in these ancient narratives. Though our contemporary understanding of kinship differs, they began to produce offspring who would become the inaugural generation of gods. However, Cronus, haunted by his father's ominous prediction, harbored a profound fear of being overthrown. Therefore, as each child was born, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, Cronus would consume them whole. This was not a process of mastication or any other gruesome act. Rather, they would simply vanish down his throat into his stomach, where they remained fully sentient but utterly incapable of escape. Rhea, understandably, found this practice abhorrent. These were her children, and she longed to cradle them, to witness their growth and development. When her sixth child, Zeus, was on the verge of birth, she devised a cunning plan. She journeyed to Crete to give birth in absolute secrecy, concealing the infant in a secluded cave where he was nurtured by benevolent nymphs and a goat named Amalthea, who provided life-sustaining milk. Instead of presenting the newborn Zeus to Cronus, she ingeniously wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and offered that to him instead. Cronus, failing to scrutinize the bundle with sufficient care, swallowed the stone, believing he had successfully neutralized the perceived threat. Zeus matured on the island of Crete, developing formidable strength and keen intellect. Upon reaching adulthood, he approached his father, cleverly disguised as a cupbearer, an attendant responsible for serving beverages at banquets. He presented Cronus with a specially concocted beverage, infused with mustard and salt, which induced such severe nausea in the Titan that he violently regurgitated everything within his stomach. First emerged the stone, followed by Zeus's 5 siblings, all now fully grown individuals after their protracted confinement within their father's interior. United, Zeus and his siblings engaged in a protracted conflict against Cronus and the other Titans, a decade-long struggle known as the Titanomachy. This was no ordinary human warfare involving organized armies and conventional weaponry. It was more akin to nature itself being embroiled in a titanic struggle. Tempestuous storms clashed with colossal mountains, vast oceans contended with solid land masses, and searing lightning rent the ancient earth asunder. The gods, in a strategic move, liberated the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires from Tartarus, and with their invaluable assistance, they ultimately emerged victorious. The vanquished Titans were subsequently confined to Tartarus, with the exception of a select few who had refrained from opposing the gods. Atlas, one of the principal Titan generals, was condemned to a particularly arduous punishment. He was compelled to support the celestial sphere indefinitely, stationed at the outermost western reaches of the world. With the Titans subdued, the victorious gods proceeded to apportion the world among themselves. They drew lots, a method akin to drawing straws, to determine who would preside over which dominion. Zeus was acclaimed king of the gods and assumed sovereignty over the sky and thunder. Poseidon was granted stewardship of the seas and all aquatic realms. Hades received the underworld, the somber domain of the departed. Hestia diligently tended the sacred hearthfire, symbolizing the nucleus of home and family. Demeter oversaw the bounty of the harvest and all burgeoning flora, and Hera, it should be noted, eventually became Zeus's consort, though this marital union occurred later and was frequently characterized by considerable discord. These 6 deities, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, constituted the inaugural Olympians, deriving their collective appellation from Mount Olympus, which served as their celestial abode. This was not a physical dwelling in the manner of a human habitation. Mount Olympus functioned simultaneously as a tangible mountain in Greece and a metaphorical realm situated above the clouds, where the gods resided in an idyllic state of perpetual comfort, impervious to extremes of temperature, hunger, or thirst, serenaded by exquisite music, and partaking of divine nectar and ambrosia. As the epochs progressed, additional deities joined the ranks of the Olympians. Zeus, known for his prolific progeny, fathered numerous children with a diverse array of goddesses and mortal women. Among these notable offspring were Apollo, the god of music and prophetic insight; Artemis, the formidable goddess of the hunt and the moon; Athena, the sagacious goddess of wisdom, who famously sprang forth fully formed from Zeus's very head; Ares, the impetuous god of war; Hermes, the swift messenger of the gods; and Dionysus, the exuberant god of wine and revelry. In their emotional complexities, the gods were not markedly dissimilar from humanity. They experienced the throes of love, succumbed to jealousy, engaged in heated disputes, and subsequently reconciled. The fundamental distinction lay in their immortality and their possession of extraordinary powers. Moreover, when their divine wrath was ignited, their impassioned outbursts could precipitate cataclysmic storms, devastating earthquakes, or prolonged droughts, which proved rather inconvenient for the mortal inhabitants below. Regarding mortals, humankind makes its appearance relatively late in this grand narrative. Various myths offer differing accounts of humanity's genesis. Some traditions assert that Prometheus, a Titan who allied himself with the Olympian gods, fashioned human beings from clay, and Athena subsequently infused them with the breath of life. Other narratives suggest that humans germinated directly from the earth, following one of the many deluges that are a recurring motif in Greek mythology. Prometheus emerged as humanity's most steadfast champion among the immortal pantheon. He cunningly deceived Zeus into accepting the less desirable portions of sacrificial animals, thereby preserving the succulent meat for human consumption. Most significantly, he audaciously purloined fire from the gods and bestowed it upon humankind, an act that enabled them to cook sustenance, maintain warmth, and ultimately foster the development of technology and civilization. Zeus, incandescent with rage at this transgression, meted out a cruel punishment to Prometheus, chaining him to a mountain peak where a rapacious eagle would descend daily to consume his liver. This organ, miraculously, would regenerate each night, ensuring the perpetuation of the agonizing torture the following day. Zeus also exacted retribution upon humanity by orchestrating the creation of Pandora, the first woman in this specific iteration of the myth, and entrusting her with a jar, frequently misconstrued in translation as a box, containing all the malevolent forces of the world: pestilence, senescence, arduous labor, and suffering. When her innate curiosity inevitably overwhelmed her, and she unsealed the jar, these myriad afflictions escaped, disseminating themselves throughout the terrestrial sphere. Only hope, remarkably, remained confined within the vessel. The epoch when gods freely interacted with humans was designated the Golden Age, which was succeeded by the Silver Age, then the Bronze Age, followed by the Heroic Age, and finally culminating in the Iron Age. Each successive era was characterized by a gradual decline in quality compared to its predecessor. By the Iron Age, which the ancient Greeks perceived as their own contemporary epoch, the gods seldom manifested themselves directly to mortal sight. Nevertheless, the deities remained profoundly enmeshed in human affairs, frequently engendering offspring with mortal partners. These children, being half divine and half human, constituted the illustrious heroes of Greek mythology: Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, Perseus, Theseus, and countless others. They possessed certain divine capabilities, but remained fundamentally mortal, and their sagas frequently encompassed perilous quests, encounters with monstrous entities, and often culminated in poignant, tragic denouements. The grandest compilation of narratives concerning Greek heroes centers upon the legendary Trojan War, a protracted decade-long confrontation that pitted the Achaeans against the fortified city of Troy. This epic struggle commenced when Paris, a prince of Troy, absconded with Helen, the consort of the Greek monarch Menelaus, a deed instigated by the goddess Aphrodite, who had bestowed Helen upon him as recompense for his judgment in her favor during a divine beauty contest. In response, the Hellenic forces embarked on an arduous voyage to Troy, intent on reclaiming Helen, and the subsequent, protracted siege served as the dramatic backdrop for Homer's immortal epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, alongside a multitude of other captivating chronicles. Illustrious champions such as Achilles, the cunning Odysseus, the noble Hector, and the formidable Ajax distinguished themselves in this monumental conflict, with the Olympian gods themselves aligning with various factions and, on occasion, intervening directly in the earthly fray. The war ultimately concluded through an ingenious deception when the Greeks feigned a departure, leaving behind an enormous wooden horse, ostensibly a votive offering. The unsuspecting Trojans, believing it a trophy, brought the colossal effigy within their city walls, unaware that it concealed elite Greek warriors. Under the cloak of night, these concealed soldiers emerged, unbarred the city gates, and Troy succumbed to the invading Hellenic army. Subsequent to the cessation of the heroic age, the divine pantheon progressively receded from the immediate concerns of human existence. Nevertheless, their intricate sagas persisted in oral tradition, meticulously transmitted across successive generations, undergoing subtle modifications with each retelling, akin to an ancient game of whispered messages spanning millennia. A significant portion of these ancient myths endeavored to demystify the natural world, providing explanations for the cyclical alteration of the seasons, the diurnal passage of the sun across the celestial dome, and the formidable occurrences of tempestuous storms and seismic tremors. Conversely, other narratives functioned as didactic parables, illustrating the dire repercussions of excessive pride or underscoring the paramount virtues of hospitality and reverence towards the divine beings. This encapsulated, therefore, represents the comprehensive narrative of Greek mythology, or at the very least, its foundational contours. Innumerable additional accounts undoubtedly exist. The arduous dozen labors undertaken by the mighty Heracles, the perilous maritime expedition of the Argonauts, the myriad transfigurations of Zeus as he pursued his romantic inclinations, and the protracted peregrinations of Odysseus as he strived for his homecoming following the Trojan War. However, the preceding discourse has thoroughly explored the genesis, from the primordial void of chaos to the very formation of the cosmos, the ascendance of the formidable Titans, and subsequently, the emergence of the Olympian deities and the illustrious age of heroes. As one reposes, perhaps gently drifting into slumber, a natural contemplation might arise regarding the ultimate destiny of these ancient gods. Did their essence merely dissipate as human belief waned and eventually ceased? Or do they perhaps continue their ethereal existence somewhere, perched upon some remote cloud-shrouded mountain peak, or reposing beneath the undulating Mediterranean waves, silently observing the ceaseless progression of a world that has moved beyond their direct influence? Perchance, one might find oneself dreaming of them this very night, traversing their resplendent marble halls upon the venerable Mount Olympus, or embarking on a maritime journey across the wine-dark sea alongside the intrepid Odysseus. The enduring narratives, it seems, never truly reach a definitive conclusion, do they? They simply await patiently and silently for a new voice to recount their timeless wonders. As the nocturnal hours continue their unhurried progression, let us direct our contemplation towards a facet rarely considered by the general populace: the profound manner in which the elemental cadence of cultivation and harvesting, the very almanac of the agrarian laborer, profoundly molded the divine beings that the ancient Greeks held in reverence. One might indeed discover a considerable degree of astonishment at the sheer number of deities whose origin stemmed from nothing more extraordinary than the observation of burgeoning wheat stalks and the gradual ripening of grape clusters. Envision oneself as a farmer in ancient Greece. Modern conveniences such as meteorological applications or detailed almanacs are entirely absent. There are no sophisticated irrigation networks or advanced soil enhancements available. One's entire existence, the critical distinction between one's family being nourished or enduring the pangs of hunger, hinges entirely upon an astute comprehension of nature's immutable patterns. The opportune moment for sowing, the precise timing for reaping, the anticipated arrival of life-sustaining rains, and the inevitable onset of the arid season that will scorch the fields. The Greeks, mirroring agrarian societies across all epochs and geographies, meticulously observed the recurrent nature of these patterns. With each passing year, the identical cycle meticulously unfolded. The biting chill of winter inexorably yielded to the vibrant proliferation of spring growth. The warmth of summer heralded the maturation of succulent fruits. The bounty of autumn witnessed the diligent gathering of crops before the perennial cycle recommenced. This perpetual rotation of the seasons became the foundational cornerstone upon which they constructed their understanding of both the terrestrial world and their divine pantheon. Let us commence with what was arguably the preeminent agricultural divinity, Demeter, the venerable goddess of the harvest, grain, and fecundity. Her very appellation articulates her essence. D, potentially derived from the ancient term for earth, combined with meter, signifying mother, thus forming Earth Mother. She transcended the realm of a mere abstract concept, embodying instead the tangible capacity of the soil to yield sustenance. Farmers did not approach Demeter with intricate philosophical treatises. Their communion with her was inherently pragmatic. As a farmer meticulously scattered seeds across freshly tilled earth, it was to Demeter that they silently appealed, imploring her assistance for these nascent seeds to take firm root. They might whisper entreaties, bestow the gentle rains, avert the destructive blight. The Greeks possessed an innate understanding that successful agriculture necessitated a symbiotic alliance with nature, and Demeter stood as nature's divine representative. Each autumn, the smaller farming communities meticulously observed the Thesmophoria, a multi-day festival dedicated to honoring Demeter. Attendance at these sacred rites was exclusively reserved for women. On the second day, participants would engage in a solemn fast, seating themselves directly upon the earth to forge a profound connection with the terrestrial realm. The specific details of the most hallowed segments of this festival were rigorously guarded secrets. However, it is understood that the ceremonies encompassed rituals designed to ensure fertility, encompassing both the productivity of the soil and the reproductive capacity of the women themselves. Yet, Demeter's profound narrative extends far beyond the mere confines of the annual agricultural cycle. Her most renowned myth serves as the poignant explanation for the very existence of the seasons. She bore a cherished daughter named Persephone, who, while innocently gathering blossoms in a verdant meadow, witnessed the sudden rending of the earth beneath her. From this gaping chasm emerged Hades, the formidable deity of the underworld, who forcibly seized Persephone to claim her as his bride. Demeter was utterly consumed by inconsolable grief. She roamed the earth incessantly, desperately searching for her lost daughter, utterly neglecting her sacred responsibilities as the harvest goddess. Consequently, the crops withered and failed. The once fertile soil became utterly barren. Humanity, facing widespread scarcity, began to experience the agonizing pangs of starvation. Ultimately, Zeus intervened in this dire predicament and issued a divine command for Hades to relinquish Persephone. However, a crucial complication arose. Persephone had inadvertently consumed 6 pomegranate seeds while residing in the underworld, and according to immutable divine law, any individual who partakes of the sustenance of the deceased must forever remain within that subterranean domain. A delicate compromise was painstakingly negotiated. Persephone would henceforth spend 6 months, or in alternative renditions, 4 months, of each year within the underworld, in the company of Hades, and the remaining portion of the year above ground with her grieving mother. During the periods when Persephone returns to her mother's embrace, Demeter's heart rejoices, and the earth blossoms forth with vibrant life. These jubilant periods correspond to the seasons of spring and summer. Conversely, when Persephone once again descends to the underworld, Demeter plunges into profound mourning, and the earth consequently becomes barren. These somber months align with autumn and winter. This profound myth was not merely a delightful narrative for the ancient Greeks. It elucidated a fundamental truth: the cyclical ebb and flow of the earth's fertility, intrinsically linked to the changing seasons. For the predominantly agrarian communities, this intricate understanding was not a matter of academic curiosity. Rather, it constituted vital survival knowledge, meticulously encapsulated in a narrative form that could be readily memorized and faithfully transmitted across successive generations. Furthermore, there is Dionysus, the revered god of viticulture, verdant vegetation, and prolific fertility. His profound significance to the farming populace cannot be overstated in the slightest. Grapevines constituted, and indeed continue to constitute, an utterly indispensable agricultural commodity throughout the Mediterranean basin. The seemingly miraculous metamorphosis of unassuming grapes into intoxicating wine appeared nothing short of enchantment, serving as an impeccable metaphor for the enigmatic forces of proliferation, cessation, and subsequent renewal that diligent farmers observed in the natural world around them. In the majority of his mythological accounts, Dionysus was not born as an inherent deity. His mother was Semele, a mortal woman who was cunningly deceived into requesting to behold Zeus in his true, unadulterated divine form, an experience no mortal being could possibly survive. When she was tragically consumed by Zeus's resplendent glory, he miraculously rescued their unborn child by carefully stitching the fetus into his thigh, where it gestated until Dionysus was prepared for birth. This peculiar nativity story is imbued with profound agricultural symbolism. The nascent seed, represented by Dionysus, must undergo a period of protective seclusion within darkness before it can ultimately emerge into the light and flourish. A great many of Dionysus's associated rituals revolve around this identical motif of demise and regeneration, a theme that mirrors the agricultural cycle with striking fidelity. Grapevines, for instance, present an appearance of dormancy and lifelessness throughout the winter months, but subsequently burst forth with vigorous new growth as spring arrives. Farmers accorded reverence to Dionysus through the observance of several festivals dispersed throughout the calendar year. The rural Dionysia, for instance, typically occurred in December and January, a period when the newly produced wine was deemed ready for consumption. Villagers would engage in vibrant processions, often featuring prominent phallus symbols as representations of fertility, accompanied by lively dancing and, naturally, abundant quantities of wine imbibition. Then there was the Anthesteria in February, a time designated for the ceremonial uncorking and tasting of the previous year's vintage. The more widely celebrated Greater Dionysia in Athens eventually evolved into the renowned theatrical festivals where the seminal Greek tragedies and comedies were first presented. These were not merely pretexts for unbridled merrymaking. These festivals meticulously demarcated crucial junctures within the agricultural calendar. The inaugural opening of the new wine represented a pivotal moment in the farmer's annual cycle. The inherent quality of that particular vintage profoundly influenced a substantial portion of their economic prosperity for the ensuing year. Even divine entities not primarily categorized with agricultural domains nonetheless found their attributes shaped by the rhythm of the farming calendar. Consider, for example, Apollo, the esteemed god of light, melodic harmonies, restorative healing, and prophetic foresight. His cyclical migration between his winter sanctuary in the enigmatic land of the Hyperboreans and his summer abode on the sacred island of Delos distinctly mirrored the sun's seasonal trajectory across the heavens. For the industrious farmers, whose planting schedules were meticulously dictated by the sun's precise position, Apollo's celestial movements served as a profound, divine reflection of their essential agricultural timetable. Zeus himself, the supreme sovereign of the gods, was inextricably linked with meteorological phenomena, most notably life-giving rain and formidable thunderstorms. In an arid climatic region such as Greece, precipitation was an exceedingly precious commodity for the agrarian populace. Insufficient rainfall invariably heralded periods of drought and widespread famine. Conversely, an excess of rain could inundate cultivated fields and utterly ruin valuable crops. Whenever thunder reverberated across the expanse of the sky, it was Zeus they envisioned, exercising his ultimate dominion over the vital, life-sustaining rains from his celestial perch above. The pragmatic farmer did not simply offer prayers to Zeus indiscriminately. Rather, there existed specific festivals meticulously timed to coincide with critical agricultural junctures. The Diasia, for instance, was observed in late February or early March, precisely as the growing season commenced, serving as an opportune moment to propitiate Zeus and solicit propitious weather conditions for the nascent crops. Later in the summer arrived the Bouphonia, a solemn ritual involving the sacrifice of a working ox to Zeus, an exceedingly grave offering given that oxen were invaluable farm animals, utterly indispensable for the arduous task of plowing. Animals essential for plowing. Pan, the venerable goat-legged deity of pastoral domains, represented a distinct facet of agrarian existence. Not every Greek farmer dedicated their efforts to cultivating crops. A significant number instead nurtured sheep and goats upon the craggy, unyielding hillsides, where the cultivation of wheat proved impractical. These dedicated pastoralists, whose livelihoods were intertwined with their wandering flocks, adhered to their own pantheon of divinities and observed unique ceremonial rites. Pan was frequently depicted in vivid imagery, serenading the sun-drenched landscape with his melodious pipes during the tranquil midday hours, a time when both shepherds and their charges sought respite in the cool embrace of the shade. His enchanting melodies were reputed to calm the restless spirits of the animals, yet paradoxically, his slumber, if rudely interrupted, could unleash a terrifying wave of irrational fear, giving rise to the very term panic, a word indelibly linked to his formidable name. The myriad nymphs and lesser spirits of nature held an equally pivotal position within the farmer's spiritual universe. Each meandering stream possessed its own ethereal naiad, a water nymph guardian. Every venerable tree harbored its dryad, a sylvan protector. And each majestic mountain peak was home to its resident Ored. These were not the distant Olympian deities, enthroned in their celestial grandeur, but rather intimate, localized presences who shared the very landscape and daily struggles with the agriculturalists. Before undertaking the felling of a tree or the construction of a dam to divert a stream for vital irrigation, a sagacious farmer would customarily present an offering to the spirit believed to inhabit that natural feature. This practice transcended mere superstitious belief. It eloquently mirrored an innate understanding that the precious bounty of natural resources necessitated judicious and respectful stewardship. Such reverent offerings and meticulously observed rituals served as potent reminders, compelling farmers to exercise profound deliberation before enacting alterations upon their immediate environment, an rudimentary yet profound form of ecological conservation, artfully interwoven within the fabric of religious custom. The rhythm of the agricultural calendar, moreover, profoundly shaped the very conception of time for the ancient Greeks. Their year was not arbitrarily segmented by numerical divisions, but rather by the unmistakable cadence of observable natural phenomena. The majestic ascent and descent of specific constellations, the seasonal blossoming of particular flora, and the predictable arrival of migratory avian species. Among these celestial markers, the luminous star cluster known as the Pleiades held unparalleled significance. Its initial appearance just before the dawn in the month of May heralded the auspicious commencement of the harvest season, while its reemergence in the evening sky during November signaled the crucial period for plowing the earth and sowing the winter wheat. This intricate celestial calendar was imbued with profound divine importance. In the rich tapestry of myth, the Pleiades were immortalized as 7 sister figures, tenderly placed among the stars by the mighty Zeus himself. Orion, a formidable hunter, stalked across the heavens, and each constellation of the zodiac was endowed with its own compelling narratives. By meticulously tracking the graceful procession of these heavenly luminaries across the nocturnal expanse, farmers possessed an inherent knowledge of optimal planting and harvesting times, obviating the necessity for written records. Even the Greek conception of the afterlife bore the indelible imprint of agricultural thought. In Hesiod's seminal work, Works and Days, he vividly portrays the blessed deceased finding their eternal repose in the Elysian fields, a designation that literally translates to fertile farmlands where bountiful crops flourish effortlessly, requiring no human toil. The ultimate vision of paradise was not paved with streets of shimmering gold, but rather comprised boundless fields of grain that never withered, and orchards that perpetually yielded succulent fruit. For a populace whose existence was inextricably bound to the capricious uncertainty of each harvest, such a promise of unending abundance represented nothing less than true heaven. Perhaps most illustrative of this profound connection are the Eleusinian Mysteries, which stood as one of the most revered and influential religious initiations in all of ancient Greece. These clandestine ceremonies revolved around the venerable deities Demeter and Persephone. While the precise nature of the rituals performed within their sacred confines remains veiled in secrecy, it is reliably known that they culminated in the presentation of a solitary ear of wheat to initiates, a moment of profound spiritual revelation. A humble stalk of grain, emblematic of life itself, thus became the central sacred artifact in one of history's most deeply moving and significant religious experiences. The participants in these mysteries encompassed not only the diligent farmers, but also prominent politicians, profound philosophers, and distinguished generals. Even these sophisticated urban elites acknowledged the fundamental and enduring importance of agriculture and its divine protectors to the very bedrock of their civilization. As burgeoning cities expanded and the intricate tapestry of Greek society grew increasingly complex, the inherent agricultural origins of their deities gradually became less overtly apparent. Zeus, the king of the gods, was progressively characterized as a political sovereign rather than primarily a bringer of life-sustaining rain. Athena, the sagacious goddess, became more closely associated with sophisticated crafts and profound wisdom than with the venerable olive trees, which were her legendary gift to the city of Athens. The gods, in essence, evolved in concert with the societal transformations around them. Yet, beneath the soaring poetry of Homer and the profound philosophical discourse of Plato, the agricultural calendar steadfastly continued to dictate the fundamental rhythm of Greek religious observance. The most significant annual festivals still meticulously adhered to the cycles of the farming year. Sacrificial offerings continued to be made, fervently seeking divine benevolence for flourishing crops and abundant herds. The gods, in the collective imagination, remained indispensable partners in the ceaseless, eternal cycle of growth and harvest. As one gently drifts towards the embrace of slumber, perhaps a glimmer of profound wisdom can be discerned within this ancient perspective. Modern calendars may indeed chart their course according to different patterns, yet humanity remains perpetually reliant on the immutable cycles of planting and harvesting. The ancient Greek farmers, who meticulously fashioned their divine pantheon around these essential rhythms, grasped a truth of immense profundity: that human existence is utterly inseparable from the natural world that perpetually sustains it. And within that quiet, deeply rooted knowledge, there resides an enduring sense of peace. The very same moon that now silently oversees your sleep once cast its ethereal glow upon Greek farmers, guiding their hands as they planted by its soft luminescence, whispering heartfelt prayers to Demeter for a bountiful harvest. The great wheel of existence perpetually turns. The seasons invariably change. Yet some fundamental truths endure eternally, much like cherished narratives and the gentle, inevitable advent of sleep. A modest competition between a formidable goddess and an exceptionally talented mortal woman is a narrative rarely afforded extensive contemplation. Here, one finds no epic clashes of armies or world-altering cataclysms, merely the soft, rhythmic whisper of threads expertly interlaced and the patient, steady cadence of looms diligently at work. One might be familiar with Athena, the revered goddess of profound wisdom and intricate craft. She emerged fully formed from the very head of her father, Zeus, already clad in formidable armor and clutching a formidable spear. In this particular account, however, our focus is diverted from her martial prowess. Instead, we shall concentrate upon her more serene and meticulous skill. Weaving. Athena was the undisputed patroness of weavers and embroiderers, revered as the divine innovator who invented the loom and graciously imparted to humankind the intricate knowledge of transforming raw wool and flax into exquisite cloth. Arachne, a young woman of extraordinary talent, spent her days diligently occupied in the sun-drenched courtyard of her father's dwelling, seated before her loom. The gentle, almost hypnotic rhythm of her shuttle, moving ceaselessly back and forth, possessed a steady, unwavering quality, akin to the rhythmic beat of a human heart. Forward and back, hour after hour, day after day, threads of vibrant blue, lustrous gold, rich crimson, and verdant green gradually coalesced into imagery so astonishingly lifelike that the figures seemed poised to detach themselves from the woven fabric and step into reality. Reports of Arachne's unparalleled skills rapidly disseminated far and wide. People would journey from distant neighboring towns solely to witness her mesmerizing artistry. They would often bring offerings of fine wool or flax, harboring the fervent hope that she might incorporate their humble gifts into her next magnificent masterpiece. Children, wide-eyed with wonder, would clamber to peer over the courtyard wall, captivated as astonishing pictures materialized from mere strands of thread under her dexterous touch. Who bestowed upon you the gift of weaving with such extraordinary skill? Visitors would frequently inquire. Arachne would respond with a serene smile, stating, "I acquired the foundational techniques from my mother, but the remainder blossomed organically within me. No formal instructor was ever truly necessary." Some would then suggest, "Surely Athena herself must have blessed your hands with such talent." And it was precisely at this juncture that trouble began to stir, much like a small, innocuous pebble disrupting the placid surface of still water. For Arachne would betray a perceptible frown at such suggestions, retorting, "Athena, no, I am indebted to her for nothing. My skill is entirely my own creation. Indeed, I am confident that my work surpasses even what the goddess herself could conceivably produce." In the intricate tapestry of Greek mythology, few transgressions were deemed more perilous than hubris. That insidious, excessive pride that impels mortals to presumptuously compare themselves to the omnipotent gods. Words, in that ancient world-view, possessed immense power, and Arachne's audacious boasts did not go unheeded. They ascended towards the majestic heights of Mount Olympus, much like the delicate tendrils of smoke rising from a cooking fire, eventually reaching the ears of Athena herself. Gods and goddesses, it must be understood, could exhibit considerable sensitivity concerning their specific domains of expertise. Athena had graciously bequeathed the art of weaving to humankind as a benevolent gift. To hear a mere mortal proclaim superior ability in her own sacred craft was undeniably disquieting. Yet Athena was also the embodiment of profound wisdom. She did not immediately unleash a thunderbolt upon Arachne or transform her into a tree, as some of the more impetuous deities might have impulsively done. Instead, she resolved to personally ascertain the veracity of these audacious claims. Adopting the guise of an aged woman, enshrouded in a faded gray cloak, Athena embarked on her journey to Colophon. No one paid heed to the elderly traveler as she entered the town, leaning upon a gnarled, weathered staff. No one, that is, save for the town's canine inhabitants, who fell into an unnatural silence as she passed, a subtle hint of her divine presence. Athena discovered Arachne in her customary position, her fingers moving with astonishing dexterity as she meticulously worked on a grand tapestry. The scene she was weaving depicted Apollo's magnificent chariot, streaking across the celestial expanse. The sun's radiant rays rendered in threads of gold that seemed to genuinely shimmer and pulse with ethereal light. A small, captivated crowd had gathered to observe her artistry. The disguised goddess positioned herself quietly at the rear, her keen eyes observing every meticulous detail. The craftsmanship was undeniably remarkable. Athena, despite her divine status, had to concede that there was an exceptional fluidity to Arachne's weaving, an intuitive understanding of how to imbue static threads with the illusion of dynamic movement. The powerful horses pulling Apollo's chariot appeared to vigorously toss their fiery manes, and the clouds, skillfully depicted, seemed to gracefully drift across the woven sky. Eventually, Arachne paused her intricate work, stretching her arms above her head and rotating her shoulders to alleviate the stiffness accumulated from prolonged sitting. It was then that her gaze fell upon the elderly woman. "Come closer, grandmother," she called out kindly, her voice warm and inviting. "You will gain a better perspective from this vantage point." Athena moved forward, and the assembled crowd respectfully parted to allow her passage. "Your creation is truly beautiful, child," she remarked, her voice carefully modulated to sound cracked and aged, befitting her disguise. "Thank you," Arachne replied, a pleasant smile gracing her features. "I myself was once a weaver," Athena continued, maintaining her feigned elderly persona. "Though certainly not possessed of your extraordinary skill, I derived immense joy from the craft. I have overheard whispers that your talent rivals that of Athena herself." At this suggestion, Arachne's expression subtly transformed. A discernible touch of pride entered her voice as she declared, "Rivals. No, I would confidently assert that it surpasses. Athena may indeed have pioneered the art of weaving, but I have brought it to absolute perfection." The old woman tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing. "Those are exceptionally bold assertions," she warned, her voice low. "The gods, I assure you, do not look kindly upon such claims." The divine beings, it was widely known, harbored a profound disdain for such audacious declarations. "Let the illustrious Athena descend from her celestial abode on Olympus and challenge my assertion," Arachne retorted with unyielding confidence. "Indeed, I would enthusiastically embrace such a competition." A hushed ripple of apprehension coursed through the assembled onlookers. Such a direct provocation was fraught with peril, and several individuals discreetly withdrew, unwilling to witness the inevitable divine retribution that might befall the impudent young woman. "Perhaps," the elderly woman suggested with a measured tone, "you might consider cultivating a greater measure of deference. Hubris, as countless ancient narratives instruct us, frequently precedes a calamitous downfall." Yet Arachne merely scoffed, her laughter echoing with disdain. "I articulate nothing but the unvarnished truth. Why should the mere stating of facts be construed as disrespectful? If Athena perceives my candor as offensive, that is solely her prerogative, not a matter for my concern." At this, the venerable woman straightened her posture, her formerly stooped shoulders now resolutely squared, the intricate network of wrinkles on her visage magically smoothed away. Her threadbare cloak shimmered, transforming into resplendent, gleaming vestments. A burnished helmet materialized upon her head, and in an instant, where the aged wayfarer had stood, there now towered Athena herself. Her piercing gray eyes gleamed with an intensity that was far from anger, yet entirely devoid of levity. The remaining spectators gasped collectively and immediately prostrated themselves. Arachne alone maintained her seated position, though a noticeable pallor had spread across her features. "Your desire is granted," Athena declared, her voice now resonating with clarity and power. "A contest it shall indeed be." Two sturdy looms were promptly erected side by side within Arachne's sunlit courtyard. The most exquisite wool, dyed in every conceivable hue, was painstakingly brought forth. The crowd, gradually recovering from their initial astonishment, reassembled at a respectful distance, News of the impending divine confrontation swiftly traversed the town, and soon it seemed as if the entirety of Colophon, observed from every conceivable vantage point, through windows, atop rooftops, and peering over garden walls. Athena and Arachne commenced their intricate weaving. As the sun ascended to its zenith, their hands moved with astonishing synchronicity, both swift, both assured, both seemingly possessing an innate understanding of precisely which thread to select next, without a moment's hesitation. Hours elapsed. The sole audible sounds were the rhythmic cadence of the looms, punctuated by the occasional soft gasp from an observer as a particularly stunning detail materialized. Neither competitor uttered a word, nor did either glance at the other's burgeoning creation. They simply wove, utterly absorbed in the magnificent artistry unfolding beneath their skilled fingers. Athena's majestic tapestry vividly portrayed the 12 Olympian deities in their full, awe-inspiring splendor. Zeus presided regally upon his throne. Poseidon wielded his formidable trident. Apollo gracefully held his lyre, and Artemis stood poised with her bow. Each divine countenance was distinct, every nuanced expression flawlessly captured. In the outermost corners of her intricate design, she incorporated 4 smaller vignettes, illustrating the dire fates that befell mortals who dared to challenge the gods. There was Niobe, consumed by inconsolable grief for her cruelly slain offspring. There was King Midas, cursed with the ignominious ears of a donkey. There was Phaethon, plummeting catastrophically from Apollo's sun chariot. These were not merely aesthetically pleasing images, but potent allegories, serving as an unambiguous admonition to Arachne regarding the perilous repercussions of excessive pride. Arachne's artistic creation, in stark contrast, pursued a divergent theme. She elected to depict not the exalted majesty of the gods, but rather their various transgressions and indiscretions. Zeus, cunningly disguised as a magnificent bull, abducting the unsuspecting Europa. Poseidon relentlessly pursuing Demeter as she desperately fled in the guise of a mare. Apollo's relentless chase of Daphne, culminating in the desperate nymph's metamorphosis into a laurel tree. These scandalous episodes were rendered with breathtaking virtuosity. The emotional intensity etched upon the faces, the gods' unrestrained desire, the mortals' palpable terror, was so profound that viewers could almost viscerally experience the emotions themselves. The surrounding landscapes were meticulously detailed, down to the individual veins on leaves and the delicate petals on blossoms. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, both weavers meticulously secured their final threads and stepped back from their respective looms. The assembled multitude collectively held its breath in profound anticipation. Even the most untrained eye could discern that both finished works were unequivocal masterpieces. From a purely technical standpoint, they were perhaps perfectly matched. Yet the divergent subject matter chosen by each artist eloquently revealed the intrinsic character of their creators. Athena meticulously scrutinized Arachne's finished work. The sheer technical skill was indisputable. The overall composition was impeccably balanced, the color palette exquisitely harmonious, and even the most challenging elements, the shimmering water splashing around Poseidon's powerful hooves, the intricate individual feathers in Zeus's fearsome eagle form, were executed with absolute flawlessness. However, the chosen content, to portray the revered gods, not in their inherent glory, but in their moments of vulnerability and morally ambiguous conduct. It was undeniably beautiful, yes, but simultaneously profoundly sacrilegious. Arachne, in the interim, regarded Athena's tapestry with an escalating sense of dismay. She had anticipated nothing less than technical perfection, and indeed, she found it. Yet she had not expected to be so profoundly affected by the goddess's artistry. There was an inexplicable depth in the eyes of the woven figures, a sense of vitality so potent that they seemed on the verge of speech at any given moment. And then there were those stark, warning scenes in the corners. Those, she realized with a chilling certainty, were unequivocally intended for her. The hushed crowd awaited Athena's pronouncement. Would she acknowledge Arachne's extraordinary talent? Would she mete out punishment for her audacious presumption? The atmosphere in the courtyard hung heavy, laden with unspoken tension, akin to the pregnant stillness preceding a violent summer storm. Athena finally turned from the magnificent tapestries to confront Arachne directly. "Your technical proficiency is every bit as remarkable as has been asserted," she declared, her voice resonating with divine authority. "Perhaps even on par with my own in certain aspects." A low murmur rippled through the gathered onlookers. For a goddess to concede such a thing was utterly without precedent. But Athena continued, her gaze unwavering. "However, skill alone does not constitute true artistry. Wisdom must invariably guide the hand of creation. Your work undeniably showcases immense talent, but it betrays a profound lack of sound judgment. You have exploited your extraordinary gift to deride and belittle the venerated gods. This transgression I cannot, and will not, overlook." Arachne's gaze dropped to her own hands, those very hands that had sculpted such breathtaking beauty, but had now tragically propelled her into such grave peril. For the very first time, the full, crushing weight of her predicament settled upon her. She had audaciously challenged a goddess. She had depicted the immortal beings in an utterly unflattering light. There would, she now understood, be unavoidable repercussions. Perceiving no avenue of escape, Arachne desperately grasped a length of unused thread from her loom. Before anyone could possibly intervene, she swiftly fashioned it into a crude noose and moved to suspend herself from the sturdy rafters of the courtyard. But Athena, with divine swiftness, stepped forward and intercepted her arm. "No," she pronounced with an air of finality. "That particular destiny is not yours to determine." The goddess then sprinkled a few iridescent drops of liquid onto Arachne, a potent elixir brewed from rare herbs that flourished exclusively on the sacred slopes of Olympus. Instantly, Arachne commenced a horrifying transformation. She rapidly diminished in size, her limbs grotesquely elongating and shifting, her body darkening and compressing into an unrecognizable form. Where the defiant young woman had stood mere moments before, there now hung a diminutive spider, suspended precariously from a delicate silken thread. "Since you possess such an enduring passion for weaving," Athena solemnly pronounced, her voice echoing with the weight of her decree, "you shall continue to weave for all eternity. You and your countless descendants will perpetually spin and weave until the very culmination of time itself." And thus, Arachne became the progenitor of all spiders. Her name, a lasting legacy, is immortalized in the scientific classification arachnid. Her punishment was to persist in the very activity she adored, but in a drastically diminished capacity, no longer crafting magnificent pictorial narratives, but merely simple, geometrically precise webs. Regarding the two magnificent tapestries, Athena claimed possession of both. Arachne's she retained as a poignant memento of the astonishing proficiency a mortal could aspire to achieve. Her own divine creation she meticulously positioned among the celestial bodies as a resplendent constellation. Though it is whispered that its ethereal beauty is discernible only to those blessed with the profound wisdom to truly perceive it. The inhabitants of Colophon, by unspoken consensus, never again broached the subject of the infamous contest, though they did cultivate a peculiar custom of gently escorting spiders out of their dwellings rather than callously dispatching them. It might be the unfortunate Arachne or one of her progeny, they would often murmur with a touch of melancholy. And have they not endured sufficient suffering already? Whether Athena's victory was genuinely predicated on superior skill, or if she simply invoked her inherent divine authority when confronted with a mortal equal, remains a compelling question for contemplative reflection. Perhaps, in the ephemeral realm of your dreams, you might catch a fleeting glimpse of those legendary tapestries, their transcendent beauty undiminished through the passage of countless centuries. The unassuming pathways and thoroughfares that interconnected the divine dominion are frequently overlooked amidst the epic narratives of gods and heroic figures. For even the majestic Mount Olympus, the revered abode of the immortal deities, possessed its own intricate network of tranquil routes where immortals strolled, pondered, and conducted their daily affairs. One might naturally envision Mount Olympus as a realm of magnificent marble edifices gleaming resplendently beneath the sun, perpetually veiled by clouds, and such an image would not be entirely inaccurate. The central conclaves where the principal gods convened their courts were, without doubt, breathtakingly opulent. However, Olympus transcended the mere confines of its primary palace. It encompassed an expansive realm, replete with verdant gardens and sprawling meadows, crystalline streams and ancient groves. And unifying this entire divine landscape was an intricate web of pathways, both grand and discreet. The terrestrial Mount Olympus in Greece ascends to an impressive altitude of nearly 10,000 feet, its craggy summit frequently enshrouded by wisps of cloud. The ancient Hellenes held the conviction that the gods resided upon an ethereal extension of this very mountain, meticulously concealed from the gaze of mortal eyes. They conceptualized it not merely as a solitary peak, but as a sprawling, multifaceted complex, a veritable celestial neighborhood, if one were to characterize it thus. The most expansive and majestic of the Olympian roadways bore the appellation of the Astral Way. This capacious avenue, meticulously paved with flawlessly interlocking stones, which some whispered were, in actuality, solidified starlight, seamlessly linked the 12 principal palaces where the paramount gods maintained their residences. Zeus and Hera's regal dwelling occupied the most elevated position, with the other divine abodes arranged meticulously according to each deity's established hierarchy and sphere of influence. Each morning, a retinue of minor deities and benevolent nature spirits diligently swept this celestial thoroughfare with brooms meticulously crafted from resplendent peacock feathers. They painstakingly gathered any stray leaves or delicate petals that might have inadvertently drifted onto the immaculate surface. Not that extensive upkeep was ever truly required. In stark contrast to the transient roadways of mortals, the astral way never developed unsightly ruts or disruptive potholes. Its constituent stones never loosened or eroded. It remained perpetually flawless, a state befitting a majestic pathway reserved exclusively for divine footsteps. The astral way, a majestic thoroughfare, was truly flawless, meticulously crafted to serve as a fitting passage for the revered footsteps of the divine residents of Mount Olympus. Its pristine condition and elegant design were a testament to the celestial standards it upheld. The responsibility for adorning this magnificent pathway, in harmony with the changing seasons, fell to the dedicated deities known as the Seasons, Thalo, Auxo, and Carpo. During the vibrant days of spring, they would meticulously line the route with fruit trees in full blossom, their delicate petals drifting earthward like a fragrant, ethereal snowfall. As summer's warmth enveloped the mountain, towering floral arrangements would emerge, strategically placed to offer welcome pockets of cooling shade. The arrival of autumn brought forth resplendent vines, their leaves a rich tapestry of gold, which, through some enchanting power, never shed their luminous foliage upon the impeccable paving. And in the depths of winter, extraordinary crystalline formations, possessing a resilience far exceeding mere ice, would materialize, fashioning brilliant, glittering archways high overhead. Navigating the grand expanse of the astral way adhered to a strict code of conduct and established protocols. Without question, Zeus, the king of the gods, and his queen, Hera, held an unquestionable right of way at all times, their passage always unhindered. The remaining 10 principal Olympians, Poseidon, Demeter, Ares, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and Dionysus, were granted precedence based on their respective divine rankings and importance. Lesser deities, graceful nymphs, and other immortal beings were expected to, and indeed did, respectfully yield and step aside whenever a god of higher standing approached, ensuring a smooth and ordered flow of celestial traffic. Yet, the illustrious astral way represented merely one artery within the vast network of Olympian pathways. Far more intriguing for those with a spirit of discovery were the less trodden routes, the secluded back roads of Olympus, if one might call them so. These were the serpentine trails and hidden byways, seldom frequented, where even the most powerful gods occasionally sought refuge, desiring a solitary moment of profound peace and respite from their eternal duties. Among these quieter routes was the Whisper Way, a slender trail that meandered through an ancient forest of trees distinguished by their shimmering silver bark. Legend held that these unique trees had sprouted from the deeply buried secrets of the gods themselves. As one passed, their leaves would rustle with an ethereal whispering sound, not distinct enough to discern actual words, but a gentle, continuous susurration, akin to the murmur of distant, hushed conversations. Deities seeking an environment conducive to uninterrupted contemplation frequently chose this path, as the perpetual, soft, auditory veil effectively shielded their private thoughts from any potential eavesdroppers. Apollo, the radiant god of music and poetry, held a particular fondness for the Whisper Way. He would often wander its winding course in the tranquil late afternoon, silently composing new verses or melodies within his brilliant mind. On occasion, he would even bring his lyre, experimenting with fresh tunes, allowing the natural, whispering chorus of the leaves to form a sublime background for his artistic creations. Artemis, the formidable goddess of the hunt, favored the Moonstone Path, a mysterious trail that revealed itself exclusively during the hours of darkness. By day, it presented itself as nothing more than an ordinary expanse of forest floor, carpeted with soft moss and scattered fallen leaves. However, with the majestic ascent of the moon, particularly when it shone in its full, luminous glory. Small, perfectly round stones embedded within the soil would begin to emanate a gentle, captivating silver glow. This enchanted path served as the private entrance to Artemis's sacred hunting grounds, a pristine wilderness where she would freely roam with her devoted nymphs and her cherished, hallowed deer. The Lover's Loop, a wonderfully secluded circuit, gracefully wove its way through the most exquisite and enchanting gardens on all of Olympus. Here, a kaleidoscope of fragrant flowers bloomed ceaselessly throughout the year, their intoxicating scents meticulously cultivated to amplify and inspire romantic sentiments. Benches, exquisitely carved from radiant rose quartz, were thoughtfully positioned at strategic intervals, invariably offering both intimate privacy and breathtakingly beautiful vistas. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, was the architect of this romantic pathway, though she herself rarely graced it with her presence. Instead, she preferred to bestow upon other immortals the precious gift of its enchanting, amorous atmosphere. Ares, the god of war, and Aphrodite would sometimes arrange to meet on the Lover's Loop when they desired to spend time together, far from the inquisitive gazes of other deities, particularly the watchful eyes of Aphrodite's husband, Hephaestus. While they believed their rendezvous there remained a closely guarded secret, the truth was that their affair was an open book to virtually everyone on Olympus. The other gods, well aware of the ongoing liaison, simply opted to feign ignorance, collectively choosing not to involve themselves in the complex and often dramatic divine love triangle that unfolded before them. In stark contrast to the other paths, the craftsman's circuit served a purely utilitarian purpose. This practical road directly linked Hephaestus's colossal main forge with his numerous workshops and extensive storage facilities. Unlike the aesthetically pleasing routes, this one was deliberately unadorned, consisting merely of hard-packed earth, occasionally reinforced with embedded metal plates in areas where ponderous loads required dragging. Hephaestus, the ingenious god of craftsmen and blacksmiths, harbored no patience for superfluous decorative elements that lacked any functional utility. His dedicated workforce and assistants, primarily the mighty Cyclopes who toiled tirelessly in the divine forge, traversed this path daily, diligently transporting raw materials and finished pieces back and forth. The very air along the craftsman's circuit perpetually carried the faint, yet distinct aroma of searing hot metal and smoldering wood smoke, while the rhythmic clangor of hammers resonated constantly in the distant background. The narrowest thoroughfare on Olympus bore the evocative name of the poet's perambulation. It was barely wide enough for a single individual to navigate and wound its way in what appeared to be a wonderfully haphazard fashion across the rugged mountainside. Stone markers, each meticulously sculpted into the form of an open book, stood at irregular intervals, everyone inscribed with a cryptic fragment of poetry or profound wisdom. A captivating legend claimed that if one were to read each marker in its precise sequence while undertaking the entirety of the path, the disparate fragments would miraculously coalesce into a perfect, complete poem, thereby unveiling the ultimate secret of immortality. Alas, no one, mortal or divine, had ever succeeded in accomplishing this extraordinary feat. The path itself was imbued with an enchantment, subtly altering its configuration each time a new individual embarked upon it. The imperceptible shifting of the markers meant their positions were never truly observed. Even the gods themselves occasionally found their journeys ending in frustrating circles. Only the enigmatic muses held the key to the true pattern, and this sacred knowledge they steadfastly guarded for themselves. Perhaps the most peculiar and enigmatic road on Olympus was the dreaming descent. It seemed to lead nowhere in particular, simply coiling downwards through an increasingly dense and ethereal mist until the unsuspecting traveler unexpectedly found themselves in an entirely different locale. Not precisely the mortal world, but rather a liminal space situated between realms, the profound domain of dreams. Gods intent on transmitting vital messages to slumbering mortals would embark upon this path, carefully carrying their whispered communications as if they were fragile, delicate packages. Hypnos, the gentle personification of sleep, diligently maintained the dreaming descent. He would journey along it every night, ensuring that the mist remained sufficiently thick and that the delicate boundaries separating the various realms remained appropriately indistinct and blurred. His twin brother Thanatos, the serene personification of gentle death, would occasionally accompany him on these nocturnal walks, though they never exchanged a single word. Their silent, profound companionship was, in itself, ample communication between two entities so fundamentally and intrinsically connected. The Harvest Road was a generously wide and exceedingly pleasant lane that provided a direct link between Demeter's grand palace and her extensive experimental gardens. This was the sacred precinct where the goddess painstakingly cultivated and developed new, improved varieties of grain, luscious fruits, and nourishing vegetables before graciously introducing them to the mortal world. The road itself was magnificently adorned with living examples of her unparalleled agricultural triumphs: stalks of wheat that grew to twice the height of a man, apple trees bearing fruit in a vibrant spectrum of colors, and grapevines whose clusters of fruit were perpetually at the zenith of perfect ripeness. Throughout the crucial growing seasons, Demeter would traverse this road daily, meticulously inspecting her wondrous creations and making minute, precise adjustments. A touch more sweetness for these berries, a richer, deeper hue for those plums, or an enhanced hardiness for this particular strain of barley. Her diligent and inspired work in these gardens ultimately determined the very foods that would flourish and sustain life in the world below. The most profoundly tranquil path on Olympus was undoubtedly the contemplation spiral. It gracefully encircled a small, verdant hill whose slopes were carpeted with impossibly soft grass and dotted with countless tiny, pristine white flowers. Each successive circuit of the spiral imperceptibly drew the walker closer to the serene summit of the hilltop. The most remarkable aspect of this path was the extraordinary quality of silence it engendered. With every completed loop, the ambient sounds of Olympus, the distant echoes of conversations, the melodic strains of music from Apollo's palace, the resonant ringing of Hephaestus's hammer, would gradually, almost magically, grow fainter. By the time one reached the absolute center, a perfect, all-encompassing silence enveloped the individual. It was not merely an absence of sound, but a palpable, positive quietude that fostered a state of absolute mental clarity. Gods grappling with arduous decisions often sought solace and insight here, allowing the spiral's unique, profound silence to assist them in navigating the intricate complexities of their divine responsibilities. Athena, the sagacious goddess of wisdom, was the most frequent visitor to the contemplation spiral. As the embodiment of profound intellect, She held clear and precise thinking above all other virtues. Whenever particularly intricate or vexing problems arose, be they contentious disputes among the gods themselves, or complex situations within the mortal realm demanding urgent divine intervention, she would embark upon the spiral. Sometimes she would remain for days at its tranquil center, perfectly still, meticulously weighing every conceivable outcome and consequence. The messenger's shortcut represented the most elusive of all Olympian pathways. Indeed, its very existence remained imperceptible to the vast majority of gods. Only Hermes, the swift and cunning messenger of the gods, possessed the unique ability to discern its hidden entrances and exits. This extraordinary path operated under a fundamentally different relationship to space than its counterparts. It did not merely connect one location to another in a linear fashion, but rather momentarily folded the intervening distance between disparate places. Hermes would simply step onto the shortcut just outside Zeus's majestic palace, and mere moments later, emerge from it at Apollo's dwelling on the distant opposite side of Olympus. Alternatively, he could employ it to instantly leap from the heights of Olympus directly to some remote corner of the mortal world. To his divine eyes, the path manifested as a shimmering ribbon of golden light, visible only at the precise moment he required its miraculous capabilities. Zeus, recognizing the paramount importance of rapid communication among the gods, had personally bestowed this special road upon Hermes when appointing him to his crucial role as divine messenger. Finally, and by no means of lesser importance, was the grand processional path, reserved exclusively for those momentous occasions when all the gods convened together. This magnificent road, even broader than the astral way, was paved with a unique material that possessed the appearance of lustrous marble, but yielded ever so slightly underfoot, ensuring comfortable passage. It gracefully circled the entire upper portion of Olympus once, before spiraling inward to converge upon the vast central courtyard, where all divine assemblies and important gatherings were held. On days of great festivals, the gods would majestically traverse this path in strict order of precedence, each clad in their most exquisite attire. Zeus and Hera leading the procession, followed by the other Olympians, then the minor deities, the myriad nature spirits, and all other immortal beings. Nymphs, with graceful movements, would scatter delicate flower petals before them, while the 9 muses provided enchanting musical accompaniment. It could take several hours for the entire elaborate procession to complete its journey along the path, but time for immortals flowed differently. They were entirely unbothered by its leisurely pace. The last grand procession, a spectacle of celestial majesty, is widely believed to have taken place just prior to the gods' gradual disengagement from the intricate tapestry of human affairs. As the fervent devotion to these ancient deities began to diminish and new spiritual doctrines emerged, the awe-inspiring parade of divine entities along the hallowed processional path noticeably contracted with each subsequent occurrence. Inevitably, this sacred ritual ceased entirely. Some whispers persist that the ethereal thoroughfares of Olympus still exist, veiled from the limited perception of mortals, yet by no means obliterated. Perhaps they have simply been translocated to a more elevated dimension, a realm where the venerable gods continue to traverse their serene routes, cultivate their celestial gardens, and, on occasion, cast their melancholic gaze upon the very world that once offered them fervent adoration. As one's consciousness gently yields to the embrace of slumber, a vivid mental tableau might unfold, depicting oneself strolling along one of these long-forgotten avenues. Perhaps it is the Whisper Way, renowned for its soft, murmuring cadences, or possibly the Contemplation Spiral, celebrated for its profound and absolute stillness. These mythic pathways of Olympus patiently await within the landscape of your dreams, poised to guide you through sublime, otherworldly vistas where the relentless march of time decelerates to a tranquil pace, and the mundane anxieties of mortal existence recede into a distant, almost imperceptible haze. When the sovereign figure of Zeus, king of the gods, enters our thoughts, certain archetypal images invariably surface. One might readily envision him unleashing formidable thunderbolts from tempestuous clouds, or enthroned majestically upon his resplendent golden seat, meting out judgment on the intricate dealings of both gods and humankind. Perhaps one's imagination conjures scenes of him morphing into a panoply of creatures to pursue amorous liaisons, a narrative motif that recurs with striking regularity throughout the annals of Greek mythology. However, this evening, our focus will shift to an alternative facet of Zeus, an aspect seldom illuminated within the grand epic poems or meticulously carved onto the elaborate friezes of ancient temples. We shall delve into the intricate administrative responsibilities inherent in managing the cosmos, the vast and complex divine bureaucracy that meticulously orchestrated the smooth operation of the ancient Greek universe. For the role of king of the gods was not exclusively defined by dramatic confrontations and lavish celestial banquets. Much like any position of paramount leadership, it invariably entailed a considerable volume of administrative tasks. Indeed, an immense quantity of what mortals would term paperwork. Our exploration commences with an examination of Zeus's customary daily schedule. Each morning, as the poetic dawn's rosy fingers, a phrase immortalized by Homer, gracefully extended across the expansive firmament, Zeus would awaken within his opulent palace nestled atop Mount Olympus. Following a revitalizing breakfast of nectar and ambrosia, the exclusive sustenance of the immortal beings, he would proceed not to the magnificent throne room, where expectant petitioners typically gathered, but rather to a more unassuming chamber discreetly situated behind it. This particular space functioned as Zeus's private office. In stark contrast to the sprawling public halls of his palatial abode, characterized by their towering columns and lustrous marble floors, this particular room was meticulously engineered for efficiency rather than ostentatious display. Its walls were comprehensively lined with shelves, supporting countless thousands of ancient scrolls, each conscientiously labeled and systematically categorized by geographical region, historical epoch, and specific subject matter. A substantial desk crafted from finely polished olive wood commanded the central position of the room, its expansive surface habitually laden with towering stacks of documents awaiting his thorough perusal. Zeus would then recline into his chair, a piece of furniture designed for comfort, but devoid of any undue extravagance, often exhaling a subtle sigh. Before him lay the manifold administrative duties of the forthcoming day, encompassing the incessant and meticulous record-keeping essential for the preservation of cosmic order. Foremost on his daily agenda was the crucial task of weather allocation. While a retinue of lesser storm spirits and wind deities managed the routine, day-to-day meteorological conditions across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean world, Zeus personally scrutinized and sanctioned, the more overarching and significant weather patterns. It was imperative that seasonal precipitation be judiciously distributed. Conditions of drought necessitated vigilant oversight and careful management. An insufficient amount of rainfall would inevitably result in widespread crop failures, yet an excessive deluge could precipitate devastating floods. It was, undeniably, an exceptionally delicate equilibrium to maintain. Zeus would meticulously unroll an expansive map depicting the Greek world and its surrounding territories, carefully employing small, emblematic tokens to signify various atmospheric conditions. He would then proceed to orchestrate the principal weather systems for the impending month, articulating decisions such as, "This particular region requires gentle, sustained rains to adequately support its burgeoning barley crop. That specific coastal area demands uninterrupted clear skies to facilitate the operations of its fishing fleet. The mountainous zones should receive an early blanket of snow to guarantee a sufficient runoff for the critical spring planting season." Once he had arranged these meteorological tokens to his complete satisfaction, Zeus would then precisely dictate the comprehensive plan to Hermes, who, in addition to his well-known capacities as divine messenger and guide, also fulfilled the vital role of his personal secretary. Hermes would diligently transcribe each decision into the official weather ledger, subsequently preparing individualized directives for the diverse array of wind gods, rain nymphs, and cloud spirits, who were tasked with the precise execution of these atmospheric mandates. Subsequent to the detailed weather planning came the equally critical process of thunder distribution. Contrary to widespread popular misconception, Zeus did not simply unleash bolts of thunder whenever he experienced a momentary annoyance. Thunder and lightning served several profoundly important functions within the natural world. They effectively purged the atmosphere of certain impurities and initiated specific chemical reactions within the soil that were beneficial for the growth of particular plant species. Consequently, Zeus meticulously adhered to a scrupulously maintained thunder schedule. Minor resonant rumbles were prudently allocated to days when agriculturalists required reminders to prepare for impending rainfall. Spectacular displays of lightning, conversely, were expressly reserved for significant religious festivals, serving as a powerful divine affirmation of mortal devotion and worship. And indeed, on rare occasions, precisely targeted thunder was deployed as a potent warning or a measured punishment. However, even these instances were rigorously documented, with the specific transgression meticulously noted and the corresponding atmospheric response thoroughly justified. The Thunderbolt Ledger, a tome of impressive heft, was particularly voluminous, its countless pages densely filled with precise dates, geographical locations, and the specific purposes underlying each celestial manifestation. Zeus would dedicate approximately an hour or so to reviewing recent thunderous occurrences and strategizing future deployments, occasionally consulting a collection of reference scrolls containing historical precedents for a wide array of thunder-worthy circumstances. By the advent of mid-morning, Zeus would redirect his considerable focus to matters of personnel. Administering the intricate divine hierarchy was, by no means, an insignificant undertaking. The illustrious Olympian pantheon encompassed 12 principal gods, scores of lesser deities, hundreds of nature spirits, and innumerable nymphs, each possessing their own distinct responsibilities, designated territories, and unique temperaments. Disputes over territorial boundaries were a frequent occurrence. For instance, a river nymph might lodge a complaint alleging that a forest spirit had extended its sphere of influence too closely to the aquatic domain. A minor harvest deity might formally petition for the official recognition of a newly cultivated grain variety as falling under their specific purview, rather than being subsumed within Demeter's more generalized authority. Zeus would meticulously examine each of these cases individually, painstakingly reviewing all submitted documentation prior to rendering his conclusive determinations. His rulings were scrupulously inscribed within the divine registry, an immense compendium of scrolls that comprehensively detailed the official powers, inherent limitations, and precise territories of every single immortal being within the expansive Greek cosmos. On occasion, particularly when confronted with exceptionally complex jurisdictional quandaries, Zeus found it necessary to consult with the fates Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. These pivotal meetings were invariably scheduled far in advance, recognizing that the fates' temporal resources were exceptionally precious, their attention typically engrossed in the intricate weaving of the threads that constituted mortal lives. For these consultations, Zeus would diligently prepare highly detailed agenda scrolls, ensuring that all pertinent background information was meticulously organized to facilitate the most efficient utilization of the limited time graciously afforded. Lunch, for Zeus, was invariably a working engagement. While other deities might indulge in unhurried repasts accompanied by lively conversation and various forms of entertainment, Zeus frequently consumed his meal at his desk, simultaneously auditing the day's thunderbolt inventory as he delicately nibbled on ambrosia wafers. It was incumbent upon the king of gods to ensure that the Cyclopes, who were responsible for the fabrication of his formidable thunderbolts, consistently upheld both the exacting standards of quality and the required production quantity. Each individual bolt was painstakingly logged with its specific power grade, its intended application, and its estimated date of delivery. In the early part of the afternoon commenced arguably the most laborious and demanding task of all: the processing of prayers. Daily, countless thousands of supplications ascended from the mortal realm towards the celestial heights of Olympus. While a significant proportion of these entreaties were specifically directed to particular gods according to their designated domains, seafarers appealing to Poseidon, agriculturalists to Demeter, merchants to Hermes, a substantial number were addressed directly to Zeus himself in his authoritative capacity as king of the pantheon. Each individual prayer necessitated precise categorization, thorough assessment, and subsequently, either an affirmative response, a redirection to a more appropriate deity, or regretfully, a polite refusal. Zeus strategically employed a dedicated contingent of minor goddess assistants, collectively known as the Laetae, who were the very personifications of prayers, to conduct the preliminary sorting of these myriad petitions. However, all ultimate decisions unequivocally demanded his personal attention. The prayer scrolls would arrive efficiently via pneumatic tubes, a marvel of divine engineering conceived long before human ingenuity ever contemplated such mechanisms, depositing neatly into organized baskets positioned on a side table within Zeus's private office. Prayers deemed of particular urgency, originating from high-ranking temple priests, the rulers of influential city-states, or individuals facing genuinely desperate circumstances, were visibly marked with distinctive red ribbons and accorded immediate, prioritized review. Zeus would methodically progress through the towering stacks of scrolls, occasionally consulting supplementary reference documents pertaining to the mortals in question. He would ponder critical inquiries such as, has this individual performed appropriate sacrifices to the gods? Do they possess a verifiable history of piety, or conversely, impiety? Are they requesting something that falls within the reasonable parameters of divine intervention? Each prayer, without exception, received his earnest consideration, though it was an undeniable reality that not all received the specific answer the supplicant had fervently hoped for. For those prayers he formally approved, Zeus would ceremoniously impress his distinctive eagle seal upon the scroll, and then carefully place it into the designated outgoing basket for subsequent implementation. For those he regretfully denied, he would apply a different, distinct mark and append a concise note explaining the rationale behind his decision. Although these divine explanations seldom, if ever, found their way back to the mortal petitioners themselves, some prayers he would deem necessary to redirect, attaching a clear forwarding note, perhaps state in Artemis, this particular matter concerns wild animals within your hallowed forest. Please attend to it as you deem appropriate. Regards, Z. Mid-afternoon on Mount Olympus was customarily dedicated to the meticulous examination of contractual agreements. The celestial realm functioned upon an intricate framework of solemn pacts, sacred oaths, and formal understandings. Zeus, holding the distinguished title of Guardian of Oaths, bore the profound responsibility for meticulously preserving the chronicles of all pivotal promises, irrespective of whether these covenants were exchanged between deities or encompassed the interactions of mortals and immortals. The contract archives were remarkably voluminous, occupying an entire adjacent annex to Zeus's principal office. Specialized clerk nymphs diligently oversaw the physical collection, yet Zeus himself individually scrutinized any nascent major agreements or fundamental alterations to existing accords. The lexicon employed within divine contracts was uncompromisingly exact. An ostensibly straightforward agreement might effortlessly span numerous papyrus rolls, replete with principal clauses and ancillary subclauses meticulously addressing every conceivable contingency. Zeus would review these critical documents with scrupulous diligence, occasionally conferring with Athena on matters of particular complexity. As the sagacious goddess of wisdom, she possessed an unerring ability to discern troublesome evasions or equivocal wording that might otherwise lead to future celestial disputes or mortal misunderstandings. Among the most onerous bureaucratic responsibilities was the perpetual maintenance of the cosmic registry, the authoritative chronicle of all beings, both mortal and immortal, presently inhabiting the cosmos. New entries were seamlessly integrated as infants were born into the mortal coil or as nascent minor deities manifested their existence. Conversely, entries were typically marked as inactive when mortals succumbed to death or when lesser divinities waned in veneration due to diminished belief. The physical manifestation of this registry was colossal. Thousands upon thousands of scrolls meticulously stored within a specially constructed vault situated beneath Zeus's grand palace. However, Zeus himself interacted with an abbreviated rendition, diligently scrutinizing diurnal digests prepared by the Hera, those venerable goddesses of the seasons and natural order, who served as the cosmos's celestial archivists. The late afternoons were invariably devoted to the orchestration of timetables, the precise trajectories of heavenly spheres, the chronological sequencing of cyclical periods, and the synchronized manifestations of divine beings at mortal festivals. All necessitated elaborate strategizing to preclude clashes and guarantee the seamless functioning of the cosmos. Zeus maintained several distinct calendars. One diligently monitored the movements of the sun, moon, and visible planets, each intrinsically identified with various deities. Another documented scheduled divine interventions in mortal affairs. These had to be judiciously distributed to avert too many gods attempting to influence events simultaneously, an occurrence that could precipitate profound metaphysical disquiet. A third calendar, arguably the most intricate, meticulously coordinated divine attendance at mortal religious observances. Deities drew sustenance from veneration, making their actual presence, though typically invisible, crucial when significant offerings were made in their honor. This demanded exceptionally intricate planning, particularly during major festival seasons when multitudinous celebrations might be occurring concurrently across the breadth of the Greek world. With the descent of dusk, Zeus would embark upon the examination of the day's catastrophe reports. Comprehensive accounts detailing earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, severe storms, and other formidable natural disasters. While many of these formidable occurrences resided within the specific purview of particular gods, earthquakes, for instance, being Poseidon's distinct domain, Zeus nevertheless retained ultimate supervisory authority and required immediate notification of all consequential incidents. For each report, he would carefully note whether divine intervention might be justified to facilitate recuperation endeavors. Perhaps Demeter could be entreated to guarantee the preservation of arable land, despite extensive flooding. Perhaps Apollo could be requested to curb the proliferation of maladies in the aftermath of a disaster. These emphatic recommendations would then be conveyed to the relevant deities as strongly worded suggestions, for Zeus favored fostering accord among the Olympians whenever possible, rather than simply promulgating edicts. The concluding bureaucratic duty each day involved scrutinizing the celestial logistical network, commonly known as the Olympian supply chain. Nectar and ambrosia, for instance, were not self-generating. The ethereal golden luminescence that illuminated celestial abodes necessitated particular incorporeal constituents. Even the formidable thunderbolts demanded foundational elements for their creation. Zeus would methodically verify stock quantities, formally authorize procurement requests, and duly sanction the distribution of assets for various divine projects and endeavors. Solely upon the conclusion of these extensive documentary duties, often with the onset of twilight, would Zeus finally step forth from his chambers to undertake the more public facets of his role, officiating at celestial feasts, attending to formal supplications, or participating in the theatrical conflicts and interventions so vividly recounted in ancient lore. And even then, the bureaucratic labors were never entirely concluded. A sovereign's task is perpetually ongoing. Even when that sovereign is divine, there would always be novel meteorological phenomena to anticipate, further invocations to evaluate, and supplementary agreements to scrutinize. The cosmos persisted in harmonious operation, not merely because of Zeus's inherent power, but fundamentally because of his unwavering dedication to these prosaic minutiae. Therefore, the next time one envisions Zeus wielding his formidable bolt atop Mount Olympus, perhaps one might consider for a moment the more prosaic truth. The sovereign of deities enthroned at his writing table, feathered pen poised, meticulously examining the 73rd ancillary classification of sanctioned fulmination protocols, or diligently inscribing the ratified territorial demarcations for a subordinate woodland spirit. For even in mythology, Immense authority is invariably accompanied by extensive bureaucratic obligations. And as slumber beckons and your eyelids droop, perhaps you can find a certain tranquility in the thought of divine bureaucracy, the idea that even the very firmament that rumbles operates in accordance with diligently preserved documentation, catalogued in triplicate copies and duly authenticated with the sovereign imprimatur of Zeus, principal superintendent of the universe. As we continue our serene exploration through the less traversed realms of Greek mythology, let us now direct our focus towards Hera, regnant of the deities. The prevailing narratives often depict her as envious and punitive, perpetually chastising Zeus's lovers and their blameless offspring. But tonight, we shall uncover an alternative facet of Hera, her nuanced, enduring strategy for preserving her regal stature and sway through the fostering of sanctuaries and veneration, rather than through theatrical outbursts of wrath. Imagine Mount Olympus on an ordinary midday. Zeus has just returned from another amorous escapade in the mortal world, perhaps still dusting avian plumes from his tunic or dislodging bovine bristles from his sandals. He enters the palatial apartments with a deliberately impassive countenance, bracing for the customary altercation. Hera's vociferous protests, her stinging recriminations, perhaps even hurled articles. But on this day, he finds the apartments deserted. No enraged consort anticipates his arrival. At first, he experiences solace, followed by inquisitiveness, and finally, as hours pass without Hera's appearance, a hint of apprehension. Where, indeed, has his queen gone? The solution resides not within the celestial heights of Olympus, but in a modest maritime settlement nestled in the Peloponnesian peninsula. There, Hera strolls deliberately through an orchard of Punica granatum trees, scrutinizing every specimen with meticulous regard. She is escorted by a local priestess, an aged matron who has ministered within Hera's sacred precinct for more than 5 decades. This one will yield its bounty presently. Hera remarks, her delicate touch gracing a tree with fragile inflorescences merely emerging. See to it that the inaugural mature fruit graces my sacred table. Of course, my queen, the priestess replies with a deferential inclination of the head. Will you be gracing our upcoming celebration next month? The people would be distinguished by your attendance. Hera offers a genuine smile, an unfeigned grin, not the strained, contrived demeanor she often wears on Olympus. I shall come. This temple has always been one of my favorites. And it truly shows. While Zeus's temples are magnificent and formidable, expressly designed to instill reverence and trepidation, Hera's sanctuaries possess a distinctive character. This particular temple is neither the largest nor the most renowned, yet its dimensions are flawless, its embellishments refined instead of excessive. The Parian pillars are sculpted with understated motifs of Pavonian plumage and Punica granatum flowers. Inside, the votive gifts are meticulously arrayed for aesthetic appeal and congruity. Most importantly, this temple is teeming with devotees. Women frequent this sacred space to supplicate for felicitous unions and secure parturition. Municipal dignitaries solicit Hera's benediction for urban concord. Even juvenile maidens visit, depositing unadorned floral tributes as they envision their forthcoming capacities as wives and mothers. This is Hera's authentic realm, not the theatrical conflicts recounted in ancient lore, but the consistent, dependable veneration of common folk pursuing their daily routines. And it is here, among her ardent adherents, that Hera has established a sphere of influence wholly unique to her, one that Zeus is incapable of infringing upon or asserting dominion over. As regnant of the deities, Hera could have devoted her eternal existence to perpetual contention with her perfidious consort, reverberating her indignation throughout the heavens to parallel his fulminations. Numerous renditions of her legends indeed imply she did exactly that. But the more subdued, historically nuanced accounts tell an alternative narrative. One of a goddess who comprehended that theatrical exhibitions could generate captivating narratives, but the enduring fostering of veneration forged enduring authority. While Zeus was engrossed in his escapades and his celestial documentation, Hera systematically forged her own web of sway across the Hellenic sphere. She achieved this not via intimidation or ostentatious exhibitions of might, but through scrupulous consideration of her devotees' requirements and aspirations. In the venerable city of Argos, for instance, Hera's temple emerged as the paramount spiritual edifice, locally eclipsing in significance any sanctuary dedicated to Zeus. The grand Hera festivals, meticulously orchestrated in her honor, served as powerful conduits for communal cohesion, notably featuring athletic competitions specifically designed for women and girls. This was a truly distinctive characteristic in ancient Greece, an era when the vast majority of sporting events rigorously barred female participants. The priestess of Hera at Argos held an esteemed position, widely revered as one of the most influential religious officials throughout the Hellenic world. Her inaugural appointment signified the commencement of a new calendar year for the polis, thereby effectively designating Hera's representative as the designated chronologer for the entire community. Records pertaining to these sagacious priestesses were meticulously chronicled through countless epochs, establishing an uninterrupted succession of women who wielded considerable authority and societal sway. Further afield, on the Aegean island of Samos, another preeminent hub of Hera worship prospered with profound vitality. The Heraion of Samos stood as one of the most colossal shrines in the Greek world, its magnificent architecture unequivocally epitomizing the goddess's preeminence. Supplicants would undertake arduous pilgrimages from vast distances to present their offerings there, and consequently, the hallowed sanctuary amassed substantial riches over time. This burgeoning wealth, in turn, conferred formidable political leverage. The treasury of Hera's temple possessed the capacity to underwrite civic infrastructure projects, bolster the polis during periods of adversity, or even subsidize martial campaigns if circumstances demanded. Thus, while Zeus might wield celestial lightning, Hera controlled something arguably more valuable within the terrestrial sphere: pecuniary assets. Beyond their devotional purpose, Hera's temples also functioned as venues where pivotal communal rites routinely transpired. Connubial contracts were solemnized beneath her divine aegis, imparting a sacred dimension to marital unions. Commercial agreements found ratification through sacred pledges taken at her altars, ensuring their inviolability. Judicial disagreements occasionally found resolution within her hallowed precincts, underpinned by the profound understanding that no individual would venture to prevaricate in the august presence of the goddess who safeguarded the sanctity of solemn promises and sacred commitments. Through these pragmatic, quotidian functions, Hera intertwined herself seamlessly within the very tapestry of Greek society in ways that Zeus, for all his theatrical might, never quite managed. Mortals revered Zeus with trepidation, mindful of his formidable thunderbolts yet they depended upon Hera's benevolence for the harmonious operation of their communities and the orderly conduct of their households. The striking divergence between the celestial pair's methodologies can be discerned in their respective responses to amorous transgressions, a theme ubiquitously woven into mythological narratives concerning Hera. Traditional tales depict her retaliating vehemently against Zeus's numerous lovers and their offspring, often in manners that appear merciless and disproportionate. Leto roaming the terrestrial sphere, unable to locate a sanctuary for the birth of Apollo and Artemis. Semele beguiled into a calamitous petition that incinerated her form. Io transformed into a bovine and hounded by a relentless stinging insect. However, archaeological and cultic evidence pertaining to historical worship patterns intimates a more nuanced strategy. When Zeus sired progeny with terrestrial consorts, thereby creating celebrated champions such as Perseus or Heracles, Hera did not merely regard them with conventional envy. Instead, she methodically endeavored to preserve her own veneration's paramount position within the communities where these heroes exerted their influence. For example, when Heracles, whom the Romans subsequently identified as Hercules, emerged as a revered champion, with sagas of his prodigious might and epic exploits permeating across the Greek world, Hera could have simply opted to directly challenge his burgeoning veneration. Nevertheless, the annals of antiquity suggest something far more subtle and strategically astute. In numerous localities where Heracles was worshipped, Hera's temples would be erected in close proximity, frequently boasting structural grandeur and occupying geographically pivotal positions. In some instances, Hera would even judiciously assimilate facets of competing veneration into her own cult. Furthermore, when Zeus's ascendancy started to burgeon in certain regions, Hera's sanctuaries would strategically adjust by accentuating her established role as his sovereign consort and peer, thereby effectively appropriating a portion of his renown rather than opposing it directly. This pattern of strategic assimilation and judicious integration proved demonstrably more efficacious than overt opposition. While the mythical narratives might depict Hera suffering defeats at the hands of Zeus, he was, after all, endowed with superior physical might and held the sovereign title of the deities. The archaeological and historical record reveals her triumphing in a different kind of conflict: the struggle for perpetual veneration and profound societal embedment. Hera's collaborative methodology further encompassed her interactions with other goddesses. Rather than vying against Demeter, Artemis, or Athena for supplicants, she forged synergistic functions that enabled Greek women to venerate various deities across distinct phases of existence. Young maidens might pay homage to Artemis, the celestial maiden. Upon entering matrimony, they would naturally shift allegiance to Hera's protective embrace. As they transitioned into motherhood, they might also pay homage to Demeter. This harmonious rather than antagonistic celestial alliance ensured that Hera preserved her significance across the entire trajectory of a female's existence, never receding into obscurity as other goddesses assumed precedence for particular duties. The architectural configuration of Hera's temples likewise mirrored this collaborative methodology. While Zeus's hallowed grounds frequently commanded solitary, awe-inspiring grandeur, Hera's were often integral components of holistically unified devotional precincts that included sanctuaries dedicated to allied divinities. This geographical closeness fostered a comprehensive approach, encouraging worshippers to venerate Hera in conjunction with other celestial beings, thereby fortifying her pivotal position within the divine hierarchy. The quotidian observances within Hera's temples further demonstrated her nuanced methodology of influence. Rather than exacting opulent immolations or theatrical ceremonies, her worship revolved around consistent, unpretentious oblations and serene acts of homage. Women might bring humble honey cakes or fresh seasonal fruits. They would meticulously cultivate hallowed grounds where flowers destined for her altars flourished. They would fabricate vestments for her divine effigies, working together in convivial assemblies that intrinsically fortified communal ties. These ostensibly unassuming endeavors created an uninterrupted stream of supplicants to her temples, a flow far more regular than the intermittent, magnificent celebrations at Zeus's sanctuaries. And with each humble oblation, each supplication murmured before her statue, each festoon draped from her altar, Hera's sway expanded, quantified not by celestial detonations, but by the unwavering accretion of mortal veneration. The priestesses consecrated to Hera's temples were meticulously chosen and rigorously educated. Unlike some cults where priests might minister to diverse divinities or alternate through various religious duties, Hera's priestesses were exclusively consecrated to her worship. Many devoted their entire existence to her cause, thereby creating an uninterrupted continuum of sagacity and custom that was transmitted across successive epochs. These women were venerated personages within their communities, frequently hailing from distinguished lineages and exercising substantial societal sway. They were not merely ecclesiastical officiants, but also trusted counselors regarding connubial unions, parturition, familial discord, and civic interactions, all areas falling under Hera's celestial oversight. Through this intricate web of consecrated officiants, Hera operated her personal informational apparatus, acquiring insights into mortal concerns that even Zeus, with all his celestial surveillance, might overlook. A burgeoning matrimonial bond within an illustrious household, an incipient discord between contiguous poleis, an auspicious maiden who might prove an apt candidate for future sacerdotal service. All this invaluable intelligence converged upon Hera via her diligent acolytes, allowing her to wield sway through nuanced yet potent means. While Zeus might occasionally awe terrestrial beings with a precisely unleashed lightning bolt or a spectacular metamorphosis, Hera operated via more mortal conduits. A sagacious word from her priestess could avert an imprudent conjugal pact. A festival held in her honor might reconcile discordant clans in communal festivity, effectively alleviating discord without overt celestial interference. Over time, this sagacious approach cultivated for Hera a renown not merely as an envious consort of Zeus, but as a divinity of pragmatic sagacity and communal concord. People came to comprehend that securing Hera's beneficence necessitated upholding appropriate bonds, not only between spouses, but also between denizens and their polis, between diverse societal strata, and between contiguous settlements. This expanded understanding of Hera's purview allowed her worship to preserve its pertinence, even as Greek society transformed and progressed. When emergent intellectual paradigms commenced scrutinizing conventional narratives, and when external cultural currents introduced divergent spiritual tenets into the Hellenic world, Hera's sanctuaries acclimated, highlighting the utilitarian dimensions of her worship over the more fanciful narrative components. Perhaps the most compelling testament to Hera's triumphant methodology emanates from the era of Roman dominion. When the Romans assimilated Hellenic divinities, Zeus transformed into Jupiter, and Hera assumed the identity of Juno. While many Greek deities saw their veneration wane under Roman rule, Juno's significance, in fact, expanded. She became an integral part of the Capitoline triumvirate. Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, the foremost divinities within the Roman civic pantheon. In this Roman context, Juno was not principally portrayed as an envious spouse, but rather as a patroness deity of the Commonwealth, a vigilant custodian of the very city of Rome. This augmented function evolved organically from the bedrock Hera had laid in Greek worship. The accentuation on societal unity, appropriate interconnections, and civic equilibrium. Therefore, while the mythic narratives might predominantly highlight Hera's wrath and envy, sentiments that lend themselves to compelling narrative artistry, the annals of history reveal a goddess who understood that authentic celestial authority emanates not from theatrical conflict, but from the sedulous nurturing of mortal veneration. Zeus might wield the celestial bolt, but Hera governed the cadences of quotidian existence, the modalities of societal engagement, and the intricate framework of familial bonds. She forged her authority not by celestial ordinance, but through sacred edifices, not by instilling dread, but by demonstrating pertinence to mortal exigencies, relevance to human concerns. As one's thoughts meander towards slumber, it might be illuminating to ponder a more serene portrayal of the Queen of Gods. Not depicted in a tempestuous outburst of divine fury across the celestial expanse of Olympus, but rather in a tranquil repose within her hallowed sanctuary at Argos or Samos. Here, she would humbly accept the unadorned offerings of her devoted adherents, lend an attentive ear to their earnest supplications concerning matrimonial unions, new births, and the overarching harmony within their communities. In this quiet capacity, she would subtly weave her profound influence into the very fabric of ancient Greek society, one sincere act of devotion at a time, shaping destinies with quiet grace. When the figure of Prometheus, the audacious Titan who pilfered the sacred flame from the celestial deities and magnanimously bestowed it upon humankind, enters our consciousness, we invariably conjure the dramatic tableau of a defiant being, shackled to a desolate mountain peak. A formidable eagle, an instrument of divine retribution, would daily descend to tear at his regenerating liver, a perpetual torment for his audacious challenge to Zeus's authority. This is an extraordinarily potent visual, one that has ignited the imaginations of poets, philosophers, and artists across countless centuries. However, for this evening, let us momentarily set aside these well-trodden dramatic highlights and delve into an aspect rarely contemplated: the mundane, yet profound, daily existence of Prometheus throughout his interminable incarceration. The formidable mountain range to which Prometheus was mercilessly bound bore the appellation Mount Caucasus, a veritable geological feature that majestically spans the vast expanse between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Within the rich tapestry of mythological narratives, this remote and unforgiving locale was deliberately selected to ensure Prometheus's utter isolation from human habitation. Zeus, the sovereign ruler of the Olympian pantheon, harbored no desire for the rebellious Titan to maintain any form of communion with the mortals he had so profoundly aided, nor did he wish for Prometheus's agonizing torment to be easily observed by any sentient being. The formidable restraints that immutably secured Prometheus were meticulously fashioned by Hephaestus, the revered god of blacksmiths and master craftsmen. These were no ordinary fetters, but rather divine contrivances meticulously forged from unbreakable adamant, imbued with extraordinary properties specifically designed to withstand the immense might of a Titan. These chains were inextricably anchored to the mountain face with adamantine spikes, so deeply embedded that they defied any attempt at extraction. Regardless of the Titan's prodigious efforts to strain against his bonds, Prometheus remained perpetually fixed, incapable of either escape or the sweet release of death, for the Titans were immortal beings. His draconian punishment was conceived to endure for an eternity, or at least until Zeus, the formidable king of gods, might deign to extend mercy, a prospect that seemed exceedingly improbable given his famously unyielding stubbornness. But what, one might ponder, constituted the quotidian existence for this enchained Titan? How did he manage to endure the immeasurable hours between the eagle's brutal visits? What profound ruminations occupied his mind during the protracted nights, as the relentless mountain winds howled their mournful dirges around his solitary form? The ancient myths, with their focus on grand narratives, rarely furnish us with such intimate details, preferring instead to highlight the climactic moments of his audacious theft and subsequent severe punishment. Yet, let us endeavor to envision the quieter, more profound reality of Prometheus's enduring existence. Dawn would invariably break over the majestic Caucasus Mountains, delicately painting the snow-laden peaks with ethereal hues of rose and incandescent gold light. For ordinary creatures, the nascent sunrise might herald a comforting warmth and the promise of a renewed day. For Prometheus, however, it merely signified the commencement of yet another relentless cycle of profound suffering. Nevertheless, Titans were forged from a more resolute essence than mere humans or even the Olympian deities themselves. Pain, for such an ancient being, was a phenomenon to be stoically endured, never to be feared. His initial waking thoughts would frequently gravitate towards the human beings he had so compassionately assisted. The very name Prometheus, in its Greek etymology, signifies forethought. And in unwavering fidelity to his appellation, he would ponder the trajectory of humanity's advancement, now equipped with his precious gift of fire. Were they wielding it with sagacity? Had they by now mastered the intricate art of metalworking? Were they successfully warding off the biting chill during the prolonged winter nights? These contemplative inquiries provided him with a measure of solace, imbuing his immense sacrifice with a profound sense of purpose. The early morning hours frequently represented his most tranquil period. The formidable eagle of Zeus, a creature of relentless habit, some ancient accounts even ascribe to it the name Ethan, typically made its harrowing appearance around the zenith of midday. These precious morning hours afforded Prometheus an invaluable interval for profound contemplation, one of the few liberties his relentless imprisonment could not extinguish. Having existed since the epoch preceding the ascendance of the current pantheon of gods, Prometheus was endowed with an immense repository of knowledge and an unfathomable memory. To alleviate the interminable passage of time, he would frequently conjure recollections of the nascent days of the cosmos, the primordial emergence of the ancient deities from the primordial chaos, the genesis of the Titans, and the protracted reign of his brother Cronus before Zeus orchestrated the momentous Olympian revolution. Occasionally, he would mentally recite ancient poems and intricate songs, compositions dating from an era predating human civilization itself, melodies that no mortal ear had ever been privileged to hear. At other times, he would meticulously craft new verses, weaving complex poetic structures that he would commit to memory, yet could share with absolutely no one. Over the relentless march of centuries in his solitary confinement, he managed to compose entire epics that resided solely within the confines of his immortal memory. Prometheus was also an exceptionally astute observer of the natural world. Though immutably chained in a single fixed position, he was unable to fully survey the entire surrounding landscape. Nevertheless, his field of vision encompassed a specific section of the mountainside, a narrow sliver of the boundless sky, and, in the far distance on exceptionally clear days, a faint strip of the shimmering Black Sea. Within this severely circumscribed view, he assimilated every minutiae. He meticulously noted the intricate patterns of cloud formations, the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in plant growth along the rugged mountainside, and the precise migratory habits of the various avian species that traversed his visible patch of sky. He witnessed countless generations of mountain goats nimbly ascend the treacherous slopes, observing how invaluable knowledge seemed to be transmitted from the older, more experienced animals to their younger counterparts. He keenly observed the intricate methods by which certain birds constructed their nests, how delicate flowers meticulously turned to track the sun's trajectory, and how impending rainfall could be accurately predicted by subtle alterations in air pressure, which in turn affected the way distant sounds reverberated to his acutely sensitive ears. A diminutive community of marmots had established a burrow within his immediate visual range, and over the span of many decades, he came to recognize individual animals and their successive descendants, bestowing upon them names and intently following their miniature dramas of survival, courtship rituals, and territorial skirmishes. These meticulous observations served as crucial markers for the relentless passage of time and afforded him a slender yet vital connection to living beings amidst his profound isolation. As the sun steadily ascended higher in the firmament, Prometheus would commence his intricate mental preparations for the inevitable arrival of the eagle. The mere anticipation of the ordeal was frequently more agonizing than the actual physical pain itself. A profound psychological insight he noted with a detached, almost academic interest. He meticulously developed sophisticated mental techniques to disassociate his consciousness from the physical suffering, retreating into the deepest recesses of his mind during the most excruciating moments. When the eagle's ominous dark silhouette finally materialized on the distant horizon, Prometheus would draw a deep, steady breath and begin to mentally recite one of his meticulously memorized poems, deliberately focusing on the intricate rhythm and vivid imagery rather than the encroaching torment. The eagle, a truly colossal avian predator with wings so vast they momentarily eclipsed the sun as it descended, was not, in its essence, a malevolent entity, but rather an instrument merely executing its divinely appointed mandate. It would alight heavily upon Prometheus's chest, its razor-sharp talons digging inexorably into his flesh, and commence its gruesome task. The ancient myths recount that the eagle would relentlessly tear out Prometheus's liver and proceed to devour it. What these narratives often omit, however, is the excruciating detail that this harrowing process would consume several hours, during which Prometheus would methodically cycle through his various mental stratagems for enduring the unimaginable pain. At times, he would engage in the intricate solution of complex mathematical problems within the confines of his mind. On other occasions, he would mentally reenact past conversations, meticulously analyzing what he might have uttered differently. Occasionally, he would simply engage in the mundane act of counting the number of clouds visible in the sky, or the delicate petals on a distant flower, anything to forge a mental chasm between his conscious self and his relentless physical suffering. When the eagle finally completed its grisly repast and soared away, Prometheus would be granted a few precious hours of relative tranquility as his immortal body initiated its daily, miraculous process of regeneration. The Titan's healing process was nothing short of extraordinary. Cells proliferated at a visibly accelerated pace, damaged tissue miraculously reformed, and severed blood vessels seamlessly reconnected. By the advent of nightfall, his body would be entirely whole once more, meticulously prepared for the ensuing day's ordeal. These precious afternoon hours of regeneration were often when Prometheus would permit himself to experience emotions he otherwise rigorously suppressed. A simmering anger directed at Zeus for the disproportionately cruel punishment, a profound frustration born of his utter helplessness, and a pervasive loneliness that cut far deeper than the eagle's sharpest talons. Yet, intermingled with these raw emotions, there was also an undeniable pride in his unwavering choice to assist humanity, and a profound satisfaction in the knowledge that somewhere, far below, human beings were gathered around crackling fires, preparing sustenance, creating profound works of art, and steadily advancing their nascent civilization, all because of his invaluable gift. As the sun commenced its descent, gracefully painting the western sky with an unparalleled palette of colors that no human artist could ever hope to replicate, Prometheus would, at times, articulate words aloud, his voice rough and resonant from prolonged disuse, echoing hauntingly off the sheer mountainside. He might recite one of his meticulously crafted poems, or merely describe the limited vista visible from his fixed vantage point. There was, of course, no sentient being to hear him, yet the act of maintaining the capacity for speech seemed profoundly significant. A small, yet resolute assertion that he remained a thinking, communicating being, despite the dire circumstances of his perpetual imprisonment. Nightfall ushered in cooler temperatures and presented new opportunities for observation. Prometheus studied the celestial tapestry of stars with particular, almost reverent, attention. As an ancient being, he possessed an innate understanding of the true nature of these distant, shimmering lights, a profound cosmological knowledge that humankind would not begin to unravel for countless millennia. He meticulously tracked their intricate movements across the changing seasons, noting subtle variations in their brightness and precise positions. Nuances that even the most dedicated and careful human astronomers would inevitably miss. Occasionally, the moon would traverse directly into his field of vision, and on those luminous nights, Prometheus would address it directly, speaking to Selene, the revered moon goddess, as though she might indeed serve as a celestial messenger, carrying his unspoken words to others. Whether she actually perceived his utterances or not, these poignant, one-sided conversations offered a profound comfort, a comforting pretense of communication amidst his crushing isolation. The ever-changing meteorological conditions introduced a welcome, albeit sometimes harsh, variation into his otherwise monotonous existence. Storms were particularly captivating, with brilliant lightning illuminating the vast landscape in brief, dramatic flashes and thunder rolling majestically through the mountain ranges. Prometheus harbored a particular, almost nostalgic appreciation for lightning, vividly recalling how he had meticulously transported the first precious spark of fire for humanity, carefully shielding it from the relentless assault of wind and rain. Now, he observed Zeus's formidable lightning with a complex mixture of appreciation for its raw, natural beauty and an ironic awareness of its profound connection to his own enduring narrative. The mountain landscape itself underwent remarkable transformations with the advent of snow, acquiring a profound silence and a pristine mantle of white that reshaped familiar topographical features into novel configurations. On occasions of particularly heavy snowfall, the mighty eagle sometimes either postponed its customary visit or altogether abstained for an entire day, thereby granting Prometheus an infrequent period of respite. He remained uncertain whether this interruption stemmed from Zeus's deliberate orchestration or merely from the eagle's natural disinclination to navigate adverse weather conditions. Yet he invariably welcomed these unexpected lulls in the relentless cycle of his punishment. The grander cadence of the changing seasons served as an enduring chronological marker for the relentless progression of years. Spring heralded a resurgence of verdant growth across the expansive mountainside. Summer's intense heat parched the vegetation, transforming it into hues of golden brown. Autumn, in its turn, meticulously painted the distant arboreal expanses with vibrant strokes of red and orange. And finally, winter enveloped the entire vista in a profound, hushed whiteness. Prometheus meticulously observed how these cyclical shifts profoundly influenced the fauna within his purview. Their intricate mating rituals, their seasonal hibernation patterns, and the precise timing of their migratory journeys. From time to time, his gaze would discern minute human figures far beneath him, intrepid travelers traversing winding mountain paths, diligent shepherds guiding their flocks, or stealthy hunters tracking elusive game. They remained too remote for any vocal communication, appearing merely as minuscule, animated specks from his elevated vantage point. Nevertheless, Prometheus would fix his unwavering attention upon them during their brief moments in sight, consumed by an intense longing for any tangible connection to the very beings for whom he had so profoundly sacrificed his own liberty. Once every several decades, an event of truly extraordinary rarity would transpire. A human being would ascend sufficiently high to actually perceive his presence. The majority would immediately flee upon beholding the colossal, chained titan and the gruesome spectacle of his torment, utterly terrified by his inhuman scale. However, a select few, endowed with greater courage, would cautiously draw nearer. Prometheus cherished these exceedingly infrequent encounters, though they were often fleeting. He would converse with gentle tones to avoid startling his visitors away, eagerly soliciting news from the human realm, thereby learning how his initial gift of fire had progressively evolved into sophisticated forges, functional kilns, essential cooking hearths, and eventually, a multitude of other profound advancements. Through these sporadic interactions, he meticulously pieced together the intricate tapestry of humanity's unfolding progress across the vast expanse of centuries. Among these rare visitors, the most celebrated was undoubtedly Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, who was ultimately destined to liberate Prometheus as one of his legendary 12 labors. Yet, that momentous rescue only materialized after countless millennia of ingrained daily routines, meticulous sunrise observations, the eagle's recurrent visitations, contemplative evening stargazing, and all the intricate mental disciplines Prometheus painstakingly cultivated to safeguard his sanity throughout his interminable confinement. A less widely recounted visitation was that of Io, the youthful maiden whom Zeus had cruelly transfigured into a cow. She happened to wander past Mount Caucasus during her divinely ordained peregrinations, relentlessly driven by a tormenting gadfly that afforded her no respite. Although she was incapable of speech in her bovine guise, Prometheus, with his innate divine perception, immediately recognized the profound human consciousness reflected in her eyes. He conversed with her about her future destiny, extending what solace he could to yet another innocent victim ensnared in Zeus's complex and often capricious dealings with mortals. During the prolonged intervals between these infrequent visitations, Prometheus meticulously developed a series of modest rituals to preserve his fundamental sense of self. Each morning, he would articulate a specific salutation to the rising sun, a steadfast habit that intrinsically linked one day to the next. In the evenings, he would mentally recapitulate every observation he had made throughout the day, diligently cataloging new information and weaving it into the intricate web of his previous perceptions. He also engaged in a practice that might, in contemporary terms, be described as meditation, although it bore no formal designation in those ancient epochs. He would intently focus his awareness on the rhythmic ebb and flow of his breathing, on the subtle sensations of the wind caressing his skin, and on the precise, unyielding texture of the rock pressing against his back. This disciplined practice proved instrumental in enabling him to remain anchored in the present moment, thereby preventing him from succumbing to the potentially disorienting and maddening expanse of immortal incarceration. Notwithstanding the severity of his excruciating punishment, Prometheus never once harbored regret for his pivotal decision to aid humankind. In moments of profound stillness, he would occasionally utter hushed counsel to the distant humans, as if by some arcane connection they might perceive his words, offering astute suggestions for novel implements, issuing prescient warnings about inherent natural perils, and imparting fervent encouragement to relentlessly explore and acquire knowledge. Whether by some mysterious divine conduit or through sheer serendipity, humanity indeed continued its trajectory of innovation and discovery, unwittingly following the very path Prometheus had envisioned and hoped for them. After what is traditionally estimated to be 30,000 years of this unvarying daily regimen, though the very concept of temporal measurement becomes somewhat abstract and ultimately meaningless at such immense scales, Heracles finally arrived to sunder Prometheus's enduring chains. The Titan's initial moments of newfound freedom were not characterized by boisterous celebration or dramatic exultation, but rather by simple, deliberate movements, gently stretching limbs that had been immobilized in a singular position for millennia, slowly turning his head to encompass the entirety of the panoramic landscape surrounding him, and for the very first time since the inception of his imprisonment, carefully walking on legs that, though remembering their function, had remained utterly unused for untold ages. As Prometheus ultimately departed Mount Caucasus, he carried with him not merely the indelible physical imprint of his profound punishment, but also an immeasurable mental treasury amassed through thousands of years of meticulous observation and profound contemplation. An unparalleled understanding of intricate weather patterns, nuanced animal behavior, the vastness of astronomy, and most crucially, and profound insight into the extraordinary resilience of consciousness itself when confronted with seemingly unbearable circumstances. While the dominant myths tend to concentrate on his audacious gift of fire and his subsequent dramatic retribution, perhaps Prometheus's most enduring legacy was this demonstrated capacity for sheer endurance, the astonishing ability to preserve dignity, maintain a profound sense of purpose, and even foster an insatiable curiosity through interminable days of suffering. It is a quieter, less sensational narrative than the epic theft of fire, but one that might, paradoxically, offer a more profound comfort, instilling the knowledge that even within the most severely constrained circumstances, the human mind retains its inherent freedom to observe, to create, to remember, and to perpetually hope. This particular narrative now delves into a facet rarely explored in the myriad retellings of Greek mythology: the profound influence of a seemingly unassuming agricultural commodity, olive oil, which not only fundamentally shaped the quotidian existence of the ancient Greeks, but also profoundly molded the very narratives they constructed about their pantheon of deities. Beneath the surface of dramatic divine confrontations and heroic quests lies a more subdued, yet pervasive influence, that of the humble olive and its invaluable golden essence. In the ancient polis of Athens on a balmy summer evening, the ambient air was redolent with the aromatic fragrance of wild thyme wafting from the neighboring hills, subtly intermingling with the characteristic smoke of numerous cooking fires and the omnipresent, distinctive aroma of olive oil. Within the intimate confines of homes throughout the sprawling city, diminutive clay lamps, fueled by this very oil, cast a soft, luminous golden glow as families prepared for their nightly repose. In the hallowed precincts of temples, larger oil lamps meticulously illuminated the revered statues of the gods. Within public edifices, civic officials diligently toiled by the soft illumination of oil lamps to meticulously tally taxes or painstakingly record newly enacted laws. Everywhere one looked, the ubiquitous gift of olive oil profoundly influenced the manner in which people lived, conducted their work, performed their acts of worship, and even the very framework through which they comprehended their intricate relationship with the divine realm. The venerable olive tree made its initial appearance in Greece many millennia ago, likely having propagated from the fertile lands of Syria or Palestine. However, the Greeks did not merely adopt this exceptionally useful plant. They meticulously elevated it to a sacred stature and intricately wove its essence into the very fabric of their cultural identity. The olive became so intrinsically central to the Greek way of life that its integration into their rich mythology became inevitable, thereby profoundly influencing the manner in which stories were recounted and determining which specific deities garnered particular veneration. Perhaps the most celebrated myth intimately connected to the olive concerns the foundational genesis of Athens itself. The enduring legend posits that both the formidable Poseidon and the sagacious Athena vied for the esteemed position of patron deity for this burgeoning and promising new settlement. To definitively resolve their dispute, the assembled gods collectively agreed to institute a formal contest. Each deity was to present a unique gift to the city, and the human inhabitants would then discern which offering possessed the most intrinsic value. Poseidon, in a dramatic display of his power, forcefully struck the earth with his mighty trident, whereupon a spring of water instantaneously emerged, Regrettably, it was salt water, of scant utility for either potable consumption or agricultural irrigation. Athena's offering, by contrast, was an olive tree, reputedly the very first of its kind in that specific region. The populace, with discerning wisdom, unequivocally selected Athena's gift, recognizing that the olive tree provided an invaluable bounty of food, oil essential for both culinary purposes and illumination, sturdy wood for construction, and welcome shade from the intense Mediterranean sun. Consequently, the city was eponymously named Athens in her distinguished honor. This foundational myth is typically narrated as a straightforward competition between divine entities, yet its deeper, more profound significance resides in the revealing insights it offers into the core values of Greek society. By purposefully choosing the olive tree over a more ostentatious, but ultimately less practical divine offering, the mythical progenitors of the Athenians implicitly demonstrated themselves to be a people who held sustainable resources and agricultural prosperity in higher esteem than more dazzling, but ultimately less beneficial divine interventions. The revered sacred olive tree, which reputedly sprang forth from Athena's divine gift, was assiduously tended on the hallowed grounds of the Acropolis for many centuries. When the invading Persians mercilessly incinerated it during their devastating invasion in 480 BCE, the Athenians were plunged into profound despair, not merely by the military defeat, but by the sacrilegious desecration of this living, tangible connection to their divine protectress. Yet, upon their eventual return to the ravaged ruins, they miraculously discovered the charred stump sprouting vigorous new growth, a potent and inspiring emblem of resilience that powerfully reinforced their unwavering conviction in Athena's enduring and protective presence. Olive oil also exerted a more subtle, pervasive influence on Greek mythology. One need only contemplate the numerous Greek narratives that incorporate the ritualistic act of anointing with oil. Heroes, in preparation for rigorous funeral games, would meticulously rub their bodies with olive oil before engaging in fierce competition. Brides and grooms, on the cusp of sacred matrimonial ceremonies, were similarly anointed. Newborn infants routinely received a soothing olive oil massage, and significantly, the deceased were meticulously cleansed and anointed before being laid to their final rest. This exceedingly practical substance, routinely employed for its cleansing and moisturizing properties in a perpetually warm climate, gradually acquired profound sacred significance through its consistent, daily application. When ancient myths depicted gods or heroic figures undergoing the ritual of anointing, Greek listeners would have instinctively forged a powerful connection between these recounted stories and their own personal experiences of pivotal life transitions, each indelibly marked by the ceremonial application of oil. The very conception of the Greek afterlife itself bore the indelible mark of olive cultivation. Within the shadowy realms of Hades, the underworld where the souls of the departed resided, it was believed that spirits were presented with liquid offerings comprising milk, honey, water, wine, and notably, olive oil. These solemn libations, carefully poured upon the earth, were understood to permeate the soil, thus providing sustenance for the ethereal forms, or shades, of deceased kin. Furthermore, an appropriately conducted Greek funeral rite invariably incorporated oil flasks among the items interred with the dead, guaranteeing that the individual would possess this vital commodity even beyond mortal existence. The meticulous process of producing olive oil adhered to an anticipated annual cycle, which in turn profoundly shaped the Hellenic perception of temporality itself. Olives were customarily gathered from their trees during the concluding months of autumn and extending into the nascent period of winter. The extraction of oil frequently occurred in alignment with the winter solstice, that profound nadir of the year when darkness reigned supreme. At this critical juncture, newly pressed oil would replenish dwindling domestic provisions precisely when illumination was most ardently desired. This precise seasonal synchronization forged a profound link between olive oil and the mythological narratives centered on themes of rebirth and cyclical renewal. Narratives recounting the triumphant return of Persephone from the gloomy underworld, ushering in the vibrant season of spring, acquired an augmented resonance when recounted amidst the olive-pressing period. Much like the olive fruits themselves were painstakingly crushed to yield their vital, life-sustaining oil during the year's most somber days, so too was it believed that radiance and vitality would invariably reclaim the world once winter's tenacious hold began to recede. Indeed, the very methodology employed in crafting olive oil possessed an almost sacred, ritualistic character. Subsequent to their careful harvesting, the olives underwent initial processing, being either ground beneath ponderous stone wheels or meticulously pounded within robust mortars. The resultant pulpy mass was then carefully deposited into specially crafted woven bags and subjected to pressing, a procedure designed to draw forth the precious liquid. This extracted fluid was subsequently purified, separating it from the inherent water content naturally present within the olives. Ultimately, the refined oil was committed to clay vessels, which were then meticulously sealed and maintained in cool, shaded environments to safeguard its intrinsic quality and extend its longevity. This profound metamorphosis from an initially acrid fruit to a luminous golden liquid furnished a potent metaphorical device that manifested recurrently throughout Greek narratives. Mythological accounts concerning profound changes frequently employed terminology and imagery that would inevitably evoke for their audience the stages of oil production. For instance, when the god Apollo relentlessly pursued Daphne, leading to her eventual transfiguration into a laurel tree, or when the vain Narcissus was irrevocably altered into the bloom that now carries his appellation, these pivotal alterations mirrored the universally understood procedure through which a commonplace substance was elevated into something invaluable and cherished through diligent and precise refinement. Furthermore, olive oil occupied a pivotal position within athletic competitions. Those rigorous physical contests so deeply cherished by the Hellenes that they established the venerable Olympic Games as a tribute to their deities. Competitors would meticulously anoint their physiques with oil prior to engaging in wrestling bouts or foot races. The lustrous gleam of this oil upon their sculpted, muscular forms rapidly evolved into a quintessential aesthetic benchmark, a beauty standard immortalized in an immeasurable array of sculptures and intricate vase paintings. Within the rich tapestry of myth, whenever divine beings or legendary heroes participated in demanding physical challenges, Greek spectators would instinctively envision them meticulously prepared with oil, irrespective of whether the narrative explicitly detailed this anointing. The celebrated grappling encounter between the formidable Heracles and the potent river god, Achelous, or indeed the various impressive athletic exploits of Perseus, would be mentally conjured with the combatants' epidermises shimmering luminously with olive oil, mirroring the very appearance of actual athletes within the bustling Greek gymnasiums of their own era. The profound influence of the olive permeated even the manner in which the Greeks conceived of divine retribution. Throughout numerous mythological narratives, the transgression of hubris, characterized by overweening pride or an overt challenge to the divine will, invariably resulted in dire repercussions. The distinct terror associated with Prometheus's torment, wherein his liver was ceaselessly torn out each day by a predatory eagle, would undoubtedly have struck a deep chord with Greeks intimately acquainted with the olive-pressing procedure. The organ itself, dark and gleaming, forcibly extracted from the body and consumed, could readily have conjured mental images of olives being mercilessly crushed and pressed to yield their fundamental essence. In a comparable vein, when Tantalus endured his perpetual damnation, condemned to stand eternally within a pool of water he could not imbibe, beneath fruit-laden boughs that perpetually receded from his grasp, this unending state of want would have resonated acutely with the Greek populace. They inherently grasped that the availability of olive oil, indispensable for sustenance, illumination, sacred rites, and personal ablutions, constituted a cornerstone of a refined and civilized existence. The intrinsic worth of olive oil was so considerable that it functioned as a widely accepted medium of exchange across the entire Mediterranean basin. Fiscal obligations, such as taxes, could be discharged through payments in oil. Outstanding debts were likewise capable of being liquidated with this precious commodity. Victorious athletes, triumphing in their respective contests, were frequently bestowed with an amphora of superior quality oil as a testament to their prowess and a valuable reward. This pervasive economic truth significantly shaped the manner in which affluence and prosperity were depicted within Greek mythology. When narratives recounted the fortunes of opulent monarchs or divinely favored heroes, their substantial material possessions were often quantified not merely by holdings of gold or vast tracts of land, but rather by the extent of their olive groves and the quantities of stored oil they possessed. Plutus, the revered deity of wealth, occasionally identified with Pluto or Hades, was commonly portrayed grasping an olive branch or enveloped by emblems of agricultural fecundity rather than glittering precious metals. Genuine prosperity, these visual representations subtly conveyed, resided not in superficial adornments, but in enduring, renewable assets such as the invaluable olive. Moreover, olive oil held paramount importance within the domain of Greek medicine. It functioned as the fundamental constituent for innumerable therapeutic preparations, being combined with various herbs or other components to address a wide spectrum of ailments, ranging from traumatic injuries to gastrointestinal complaints and diverse dermatological conditions. This profound link to healing practices consequently permeated mythological accounts of divine restoration. When Apollo or his celebrated son, Asclepius, were depicted as alleviating maladies within these ancient narratives, Greek audiences would have instinctively surmised that olive oil was an integral element in such miraculous cures, whether or not its involvement was explicitly articulated. Even the characteristic hue of olive oil exerted an influence upon the Greek conceptualization of divine illumination. The inviting, golden effulgence emanating from an oil lamp constituted the predominant artificial light source known to them. Consequently, when mythological tales portrayed the dazzling radiance of the gods, be it Apollo's resplendent, sun-like brilliance or Artemis's ethereal, moonlit luminescence, these celestial glows would have been subconsciously juxtaposed with the familiar, reassuring light produced by olive oil lamps, which steadfastly repelled the encroaching gloom. The remarkable longevity of the olive tree likewise shaped Greek notions of immortality. These resilient trees are capable of surviving for many centuries. Indeed, some specimens in Greece continue to bear fruit even now, their age estimated to exceed 2 millennia. For a civilization whose individual lifespans seldom surpassed 40 to 50 years, these venerable trees embodied a tangible form of terrestrial immortality, providing a profound link to forebears long deceased and to generations yet to emerge. Such a profound outlook fundamentally influenced how the Greeks perceived the very nature of divine temporality. When mythological narratives recounted the eternal existence of the gods, this abstract notion could be partially apprehended and visualized through the enduring image of ancient olive trees. These living monuments had silently observed countless human generations pass, yet themselves remained fundamentally unaltered across the epochs. Consequently, the olive tree emerged as a potent symbolic conduit, bridging the ephemeral span of mortal time with the boundless realm of divine eternality. The olive branch, recognized as an emblem of tranquility, features prominently in numerous Greek mythological accounts, most notably in the previously referenced narrative of Athena's contest with Poseidon. This enduring symbolic connection likely arose from the inherent nature of olive trees, which demand several years to attain maturity and begin yielding their fruit. They thus embody a substantial, long-term commitment to stable, peaceful habitation, contrasting sharply with transient nomadic lifestyles or bellicose endeavors. A community that undertook the arduous task of cultivating olive groves was, by extension, pledging to remain rooted in a single locale and to coexist harmoniously with its surrounding neighbors. This profound symbolism of peace consequently impacted the characterization of specific deities. Athena, despite her formidable status as a warrior goddess in numerous aspects, was concurrently linked with sagacity and a preference for calculated, strategic maneuvers over impetuous reactions, attributes distinctly mirrored in the methodical and patient cultivation of olive trees. Her overarching mythological narrative consistently underscores the triumph of ingenious resolutions and far-sighted deliberation over mere physical might. The olive's pervasive function within religious observances constituted arguably its most immediate and palpable influence upon Greek mythology. Olive oil was ritually poured as solemn libations dedicated to the gods. Hallowed lamps, fueled by this precious oil, cast their illuminating glow within sacred temples. Priests and priestesses alike underwent an anointing with oil prior to executing significant ceremonial rites. The substance was so fundamentally interwoven with acts of veneration that it grew challenging to dissociate the practical application of oil from its profound spiritual import. In narratives detailing the intricate interactions between humanity and the divine, these established rituals provided the foundational framework for how such communion was understood to legitimately transpire. Tales featuring irreverent or impious individuals frequently highlighted their dereliction in presenting appropriate offerings, specifically including the pouring of oil libations. Conversely, those mortals who enjoyed divine favor were scrupulous in upholding these venerable customs. Furthermore, the very act of the olive harvest gradually became entwined with the veneration of distinct minor deities. The horai, personifications of the hours or seasons, were reputed to supervise the precise sequencing of all agricultural undertakings, encompassing the optimal moment for harvesting olives. Aristaeus, the revered offspring of Apollo and the nymphs, received adoration as both the guardian of olive groves and the progenitor of innovative olive cultivation methodologies. These particular agricultural divinities garnered consistent reverence from farmers whose very existence and prosperity were inextricably linked to the successful yield of olive production. Perhaps at the most elemental level, olive oil fundamentally transformed Greek myths by fostering the very conditions of societal stability and material abundance that initially permitted these narratives to evolve, flourish, and ultimately be committed to written record. The dependable caloric energy, culinary medium, illuminating fuel, medicinal applications, and valuable trade commodity furnished by olive oil collectively underpinned burgeoning population figures, increasing urbanization, and the eventual rise of a social stratum possessing sufficient leisure to cultivate sophisticated art forms, profound literature, intricate philosophy, and elaborate mythological systems. Absent the unassuming olive, Hellenic civilization might conceivably never have achieved the profound cultural opulence that gave birth to its multifaceted pantheon of deities and the intricate sagas interwoven around them. In this fundamental respect, the olive tree emerges as the veritable bedrock of Greek mythology. It was not merely a recurring motif or subject within these ancient narratives, but rather an indispensable precondition for their very genesis and perpetuation. As one contemplates these insights, one might discern how even the most spectacular and dramatic myths are, at their core, inextricably linked to mundane substances and quotidian experiences. Beyond the formidable thunderbolts of Zeus and the tumultuous storms unleashed by Poseidon lies the subtle yet potent influence of a golden oil, painstakingly extracted from an initially acrid fruit, which illuminated dwellings, consecrated bodies, assuaged ailments, and forged a profound connection between mortals and the divine through countless minor, daily observances. Moreover, a certain solace can be found in appreciating how the truly extraordinary often blossoms from the seemingly ordinary. The most epic tales frequently derive their genesis from the simplest elements, such as an ancient olive tree, outwardly unassuming, yet harboring within its venerable form the potential for sustenance, illumination, and intergenerational continuity. Ultimately, the unassuming facets of existence frequently conceal a far deeper significance than is immediately apparent, possesses a much deeper resonance than initially perceived. As our exploration delves further into the more understated facets of Greek mythology, our focus now shifts to a seemingly mundane, yet undeniably crucial aspect of the ancient divine realm: the transmission of information. Specifically, we shall illuminate the frequently overlooked role of Hermes, not in his more celebrated capacities as the dramatic psychopomp guiding souls to the netherworld, or the famously cunning infant who pilfered Apollo's sacred herd, but rather in a far more quotidian, though absolutely indispensable function: that of the inaugural celestial courier for the deities. Envision Mount Olympus not merely as a locale for lavish banquets and profound theological debates, but as a bustling nerve center for divine communications. The gods perpetually found themselves in need of dispatching communiques to their fellow deities, to favored mortals, to heroes embarking on perilous quests, and to the oracles who articulated their sacred will. This intricate web of intelligence demanded a diligent manager, someone capable of ensuring that divine directives reached their intended recipients with both alacrity and precision. This pivotal individual was, unequivocally, Hermes. Born of the union between Zeus and the beguiling nymph Maia, Hermes evinced an innate talent for the role of messenger from the earliest moments of his existence. Ancient narratives recount that, as a mere newborn, he ingeniously absconded with Apollo's hallowed cattle, then proceeded to invent the lyre from a tortoise shell, and subsequently charmed his way out of any reprisal with such persuasive eloquence that Apollo ultimately bartered the lyre for his lost livestock. This remarkable confluence of unparalleled swiftness, innate resourcefulness, and compelling rhetoric rendered him the quintessential candidate when Zeus sought an individual to oversee Olympus's burgeoning volume of message traffic. Let us contemplate the probable intricacies of Hermes's daily regimen. Each morning, he would present himself at Zeus's resplendent palace for his primary directive. The sovereign king of the gods would invariably possess a meticulously compiled roster of urgent messages slated for delivery that day. These might encompass a critical forewarning to a burgeoning hero regarding an imminent trial, precise instructions for a priest presiding over a particular sacred precinct, or a delicate diplomatic overture to another powerful deity such as Poseidon or Hades. Zeus's pronouncements were typically conveyed orally rather than in written form. Hermes, endowed with an infallible memory, an essential attribute for any divine emissary, could meticulously reiterate complex mandates verbatim, utterly without error. For communications of paramount importance or extreme sensitivity, Zeus might even speak directly into a hermetically sealed vessel, thereby encapsulating his divine voice, which Hermes would then transport unopened to its designated recipient. Subsequent to receiving his instructions from Zeus, Hermes would embark upon his circuitous rounds among the other Olympian divinities, ascertaining if they, too, had any communiques requiring his expedited service. Each deity possessed a distinct communication idiom and their own set of priorities. Athena, the sagacious goddess of wisdom, preferred her messages to be meticulously articulated, frequently furnishing Hermes with intricate written scrolls containing exhaustive directives for her cherished heroes or skilled craftspeople. She might transmit detailed architectural blueprints for a nascent temple, strategic tactical counsel for military commanders engaged in conflict, or elaborate weaving schematics for particularly gifted artisans. Apollo's dispatches frequently comprised prophecies or profound inspirations intended for poets, musicians, or his revered oracles situated in hallowed locales such as Delphi. These ethereal communications proved particularly challenging to convey, as they often materialized as vivid dreams or sudden, intuitive insights rather than explicit verbal declarations. Hermes had, therefore, devised an ingenious method for transporting these fleeting messages within specialized receptacles fashioned from solidified moonlight, which meticulously preserved their dreamlike, otherworldly essence until their precise moment of delivery. Aphrodite, the alluring goddess of love, was responsible for dispatching more messages than almost any other divine being. Her communications frequently manifested as potent emotions rather than mere words. An instantaneous surge of attraction, a profound warming of the heart, or a fleeting moment of fervent desire between prospective lovers. Hermes meticulously conveyed these emotional missives in minuscule phials of exquisitely perfumed oil, which he would subtly fracture in close proximity to the intended recipients, thereby releasing the goddess's potent influence imperceptibly into the very air they inhaled. Ares, the formidable god of war, was, thankfully, remarkably laconic in his communications, typically providing only a name, a geographical coordinate, and a singular, unequivocal instruction such as fight or retreat. Hermes, in fact, rather appreciated these unembellished deliveries, despite his aversion to how frequently they propelled him directly into the perilous maelstrom of active battle zones. Having meticulously gathered the day's messages from all the Olympians with communication requirements, Hermes would then systematically orchestrate his delivery itinerary for optimal efficiency. In stark contrast to contemporary postal workers who might adhere to a predetermined daily route, Hermes meticulously charted each day's expedition based on a dynamic confluence of priority, geographical proximity, and specific handling stipulations. For this arduous task, his celebrated winged sandals were absolutely indispensable. These were not merely ornamental embellishments, but rather highly sophisticated instruments, masterfully crafted by Hephaestus himself. The sandals ingeniously housed miniature wind spirits that propelled Hermes through the celestial ether at breathtaking velocities. They possess the remarkable ability to adapt to varying atmospheric conditions, thinning the ambient air at elevated altitudes to mitigate resistance or generating cushioning currents when executing rapid descents toward the terrestrial plane. The wings themselves represented pinnacles of divine engineering. Each individual feather could be independently adjusted, facilitating extraordinarily precise aerial navigation. Furthermore, the sandals could seamlessly conform to diverse surfaces when Hermes necessitated walking rather than flying, subtly expanding on yielding sand to avert sinking or extruding minute spikes to ensure unwavering traction on treacherous, icy mountain summits. Augmenting the efficacy of his remarkable sandals was his renowned caduceus, the iconic staff gracefully entwined with two serpents. This was far more than a mere emblem of his august office. It functioned as an eminently practical implement for his extensive postal responsibilities. The staff possessed the miraculous capacity to extend or contract as exigency dictated, serving as a steadfast walking stick across rugged topography or a formidable pole vault over formidable impediments. The serpents themselves were sentient entities, minor divine beings, who diligently assisted Hermes by maintaining vigilance for potential perils, while his primary focus remained on precise navigation. The caduceus additionally functioned as Hermes's sophisticated filing apparatus. The staff contained an interdimensional void where he could securely stow messages, patiently awaiting their destined delivery. The serpentine companions actively aided in organizing this arcane space, deftly retrieving specific messages upon demand, and vigilantly ensuring that no communique was ever inadvertently misplaced during transit. Hermes invariably initiated his deliveries with the most exigent messages, typically those originating directly from Zeus himself, or time-sensitive communiques that brooked no delay. He would then strategically proceed to geographically proximate clusters, efficiently delivering multiple messages within the same localized region before transitioning to the subsequent area. The inherent complexities of message delivery fluctuated dramatically contingent upon the identity of the recipient. The transmission of messages to his fellow gods was a relatively uncomplicated affair. Hermes merely needed to ascertain their whereabouts and articulate the communique. Deities generally accorded him a gracious reception, fully comprehending the paramount significance of his pivotal role in sustaining seamless divine communications. Mortals, however, presented a more intricate challenge. Many individuals were incapable of perceiving Hermes in his ethereal divine form, necessitating his frequent adoption of disguises as a humble traveler, a shrewd merchant, or an anonymous stranger to deliver messages without divulging his true celestial identity. Prominent heroes and venerable kings, conversely, might be honored with a direct visitation, with Hermes manifesting within a dream or a profound vision to impart divine directives. Perhaps the most arduous deliveries were those destined for the underworld. Messages intended for Hades or for the spirits of the departed necessitated Hermes's traversal of the sacrosanct boundaries separating the worlds. For these perilous journeys, he bore unique tokens that afforded him unhindered passage past Charon, the ferryman, and Cerberus, the monstrous guardian, circumventing the usual stringent restrictions. The noxious atmosphere of the underworld posed a significant threat to ordinary messages. Consequently, communications bound for Hades's abyssal dominion were meticulously encased in specialized preservative materials, typically the leaves harvested from the black poplar trees that flourished along the banks of the Acheron River. Hermes meticulously engineered a sophisticated system for tracking the status of each message. He perpetually carried a distinctive pouch containing an assortment of colored pebbles. White signified messages that had been successfully delivered, black denoted pending deliveries, and red indicated unsuccessful attempts that necessitated subsequent follow-up. At the culmination of each demanding day, he would rigorously account for every single message, thereby guaranteeing that absolutely nothing had been inadvertently overlooked. Inclement weather conditions presented distinct obstacles for the divine postal service. While Hermes himself possessed the inherent ability to navigate through most atmospheric disturbances, the precious messages he transported occasionally demanded specialized protection. Scrolls and tablets, for instance, required meticulous waterproofing during periods of precipitation. Verbal messages, meticulously preserved within sealed containers, could be detrimentally distorted by tempestuous winds or extreme thermal fluctuations. Hermes, therefore, cultivated an unparalleled expertise in anticipating prevailing weather patterns and meticulously planning his routes to circumvent the most adverse conditions. Occasionally, the act of message delivery transcended the mere transmission of information. Hermes intermittently assumed the roles of a skilled negotiator or an adept translator when communication proved challenging between disparate entities. Deities conversing with mortals frequently required their profound divine concepts to be simplified and rephrased into terms comprehensible to the human intellect. Furthermore, diverse regions of the mortal world spoke a multiplicity of languages, thereby necessitating Hermes's effortless fluency in all human tongues, a mastery he readily commanded as the revered god of language itself. The celestial messenger also meticulously formulated stringent protocols for message verification. Crucial communications invariably incorporated specific authentication elements designed to thwart any attempts at forgery or misrepresentation. Zeus's messages, for example, typically arrived imbued with the faint, unmistakable scent of ozone, redolent of the air immediately following a lightning strike. Poseidon's communications frequently arrived subtly damp, carrying the distinctive tang of briny sea salt. Recipients were thus trained to discern these unique verification markers, ensuring with absolute certainty that the message genuinely originated from the purported sender. Hermes maintained exhaustive records of all his deliveries within a specialized logbook, crafted from materials of an indestructible nature. This invaluable archive served both pragmatic, administrative, and profound historical purposes. Should a deity assert that their message had not been duly delivered, or a mortal fail to adhere to divine instructions, Hermes could readily consult his meticulously kept records to precisely verify the exact timing and method by which the communication had been conveyed. The message had been successfully conveyed. Over countless generations, these meticulously kept records blossomed into an extensive repository detailing the myriad interactions between the divine and mortal realms. From time to time, the esteemed muses would delve into these ancient archives, drawing inspiration for their poetic endeavors, particularly when crafting narratives about the intricate relationships between gods and humans. This diligent consultation ensured the unwavering veracity of the tales that would eventually crystallize into the enduring myths we know today. The sheer volume of communications experienced significant fluctuations, directly mirroring unfolding events in both the celestial and earthly spheres. During periods of widespread conflict or devastating natural calamities, the flow of messages surged dramatically. Gods would dispatch a flurry of instructions, urgent warnings, or inspiring words of encouragement to their favored factions. Similarly, major religious festivals invariably triggered a substantial increase in divine correspondence, as deities responded to fervent prayers and lavish offerings. Hermes, with his seasoned expertise, learned to anticipate these exceptionally busy periods, adjusting his rigorous schedule to accommodate the heightened demands. Much like an exemplary postal carrier, Hermes diligently cultivated meaningful relationships with the habitual recipients along his established routes. He acquired an intimate understanding of their individual preferences, discerning, for instance, which temple priests favored message deliveries at the break of dawn, well before the commencement of their daily rituals, and which preferred the tranquil hours of evening. He also learned the distinct temperaments of various heroes, recognizing those who responded most effectively to explicit, direct instructions, and those who required more nuanced, metaphorical, or symbolic communications to subtly guide their actions. The actual physical manifestation of these divine messages assumed a multitude of forms, each tailored to its specific purpose. Simple, straightforward communications might materialize as a gentle, almost imperceptible breeze, softly whispering words directly into a recipient's ear. More formal, weighty pronouncements, however, often appeared as elaborate scrolls, seemingly materializing from the very fabric of the air itself, imbued with an ethereal glow. Urgent warning messages occasionally took the form of small, tangible objects, each laden with profound symbolic meaning. For instance, a pristine white stone might signify impending good fortune or a blessing, while a solitary black feather could ominously suggest the need for extreme caution or presage an unfortunate event. Beyond mere delivery, Hermes also meticulously managed what could be likened to a sophisticated return receipt service, particularly for messages of paramount importance. When the mighty Zeus, for example, required unequivocal confirmation that his directives had been not only received but thoroughly comprehended, Hermes would diligently procure a response from the recipient. This might manifest as a direct verbal acknowledgement, a symbolic token imbued with personal significance, or occasionally a small reverent offering designed to signify compliance and understanding. Furthermore, extending beyond individual missives, Hermes effectively oversaw what we might conceptualize as the primordial newsletter service. Regular, comprehensive updates concerning significant divine decisions and momentous cosmic occurrences were systematically disseminated to all major temples. This ensured that the resident priests remained thoroughly informed about matters directly pertinent to their specific deity. These divine bulletins played a crucial role in guaranteeing that religious practices across the land consistently remained in perfect alignment with the gods' prevailing wishes and their current priorities. The sacred role of divine messenger demanded an unwavering commitment to absolute neutrality. Hermes conscientiously delivered communications from all deities, irrespective of any ongoing conflicts or intricate alliances among the immortal pantheon. Even when tasked with relaying messages between overtly hostile parties, such as Zeus and Hera during their frequent and tempestuous marital disputes, Hermes steadfastly maintained strict impartiality, scrupulously refraining from either augmenting or diminishing the original communication in any way. This inherent neutrality uniquely positioned Hermes as one of the select few gods capable of traversing freely and unhindered between the various divine factions. During the tumultuous period when the Olympians were deeply divided over the protracted Trojan War, with some passionately championing the Greeks and others staunchly supporting Troy, Hermes continued his essential work, diligently delivering messages to both opposing sides, thereby ensuring the uninterrupted flow of critical information despite the pervasive conflict. As human civilization progressively advanced and mortals began to devise their own rudimentary message systems, Hermes developed a keen and abiding interest in these earthly endeavors. He gracefully assumed the esteemed role of patron deity for human messengers, intrepid travelers, and eventually the enterprising merchants who, in their journeys, carried not only valuable goods, but also vital news. Roadside shrines, affectionately known as Hermes, typically comprising simple stone pillars adorned with Hermes's distinctive head, served as crucial markers along travelers' routes. Messengers, in particular, would frequently leave small, reverent offerings at these sacred markers, seeking good fortune and ensuring safe passage on their arduous journeys. In a feat of organizational ingenuity, Hermes also developed what we might consider the very first postal codes. This sophisticated system of unique symbols was designed to precisely identify specific regions and distinct geographical locations, thereby greatly facilitating the organization and efficient execution of deliveries. Major cities, revered temples of significant importance, and the opulent palaces of notable kings each possessed their own exclusive identifier within his intricate system. These cryptic symbols were privy only to Hermes himself and the sagacious serpents entwined around his caduceus, who diligently assisted in the meticulous sorting of messages. At the conclusion of each arduous day, Hermes would dutifully return to the majestic heights of Olympus. There, he would present a comprehensive report detailing all completed deliveries and any unforeseen issues that had arisen during his rounds. Zeus and the other powerful gods would then impart new instructions and directives for the ensuing day, and as the first rays of dawn touched the earth, the tireless cycle would commence anew. Therefore, while we often recall Hermes for his more flamboyant and dramatic exploits, such as the audacious theft of cattle, the ingenious invention of the lyre, or his solemn duty guiding souls to the afterlife, it is perhaps his most fundamental and arguably indispensable function that often goes overlooked. This daily, utterly reliable postal service that meticulously kept the ancient Greek cosmos intrinsically connected and perpetually informed. Without his ceaseless movement between the divine and mortal realms, consistently bearing instructions, warnings, blessings, and crucial responses, the profound and intricate interaction between gods and humans, which forms the very bedrock of Greek mythology, might never have truly materialized. As you gently drift closer to the embrace of sleep, perhaps you will find a newfound appreciation for this quieter, more understated image of Hermes. Not the infamous trickster god of dramatic and boisterous myths, but rather the diligent, unwavering postal worker of Olympus, rising faithfully each morning to meticulously sort his myriad deliveries, carefully inspecting his winged sandals for any signs of wear, ensuring that the two serpents entwined upon his caduceus are alert and poised for action, and then, with steadfast purpose, embarking upon his daily rounds, tirelessly maintaining the essential communication network that intricately linked immortals to one another, and crucially, to the mortals who devoutly worshipped them. When our thoughts turn to Dionysus, the revered god of wine, certain vivid images immediately spring to mind. Boisterous celebrations, ecstatic and uninhibited dancing, revelers crowned with verdant ivy, and wine cups overflowing with potent libations. The ancient myths frequently depict him leading frenzied, ecstatic processions through dense forests, accompanied by a retinue of mischievous satyrs and entranced maenads, all enveloped in states of profound, divine intoxication. However, tonight, we shall delve into a more serene, rarely discussed facet of this multifaceted deity. We will explore Dionysus not as the wild reveler, but as the meticulous cultivator, the patient and understanding gardener who recognized that before any joyous celebration could ever begin, there first had to be the slow, painstaking, and methodical labor of growing grapes. Long before he became inextricably linked with revelry and divine madness, Dionysus was, at his core, fundamentally connected to the intricate cycle of plant growth, and more specifically, to the careful cultivation of grapevines. This foundational agricultural role predated his more celebrated aspects and remained the unwavering bedrock of his worship throughout the entirety of ancient Greek history. Envision a sun-drenched hillside in ancient Greece, gently sloping downwards towards the shimmering expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. The morning mist still clings delicately to the verdant ground as a solitary figure moves with deliberate grace and profound care between meticulously arranged rows of young grapevines. His footsteps are measured and purposeful, his hands gentle and knowing as he meticulously examines each individual plant. This is Dionysus, not the boisterous, untamed reveler of popular imagination, but the profoundly knowledgeable viticulturist, intimately connected to every single vine under his watchful and devoted care. The cultivation of grapes in the ancient Mediterranean basin was an exceptionally sophisticated practice, demanding a very specific and nuanced body of knowledge that had been painstakingly developed and refined over countless generations. The ancient Greeks possessed a deep understanding that different varieties of grapes flourished optimally in distinct types of soil, that grapevines necessitated particular pruning techniques to yield the finest fruit, and that the precise timing of the harvest critically influenced the ultimate quality of the wine produced. As the revered god of the vine, Dionysus profoundly embodied this accumulated wisdom, acting as its living repository. His yearly routine faithfully mirrored the natural, cyclical rhythm of viticulture. In the late winter months, when the majority of other vegetation still lay dormant and seemingly lifeless, Dionysus would initiate the crucial and demanding work of pruning. Grapevines, by their very nature, produce fruit exclusively on new growth, rendering the removal of the previous year's woody stems absolutely essential for ensuring a bountiful harvest in the coming season. This delicate task of pruning demanded not only keen judgment, but also extensive experience. To cut too little would result in the vine producing an abundance of small, inferior grapes. Conversely, to cut too much would severely diminish the overall yield. Local vineyards frequently reported a peculiar and fascinating phenomenon during the annual pruning season. Vintners toiling alone amidst their sprawling vines would sometimes experience a palpable sense of a presence nearby, or they might notice, to their astonishment, that certain plants appeared to have been expertly and precisely trimmed overnight. Some even claimed to discern a soft, ethereal humming sound emanating from among the rows, a melodic whisper that seemed to actively encourage healthy growth. These mysterious occurrences were widely believed to be unmistakable signs of Dionysus's direct involvement, his invisible hands helping to meticulously shape the promise of the coming year's harvest. As the vibrant breath of spring arrived, Dionysus would watch with profound anticipation for the magical moment of bud break, that enchanting instant when tiny, delicate green leaves first emerged from the seemingly inert, woody vines. This remarkable transition from a state of dormancy to one of vibrant growth represented one of the fundamental and most profound mysteries intrinsically associated with his worship. The eternal, life-affirming cycle of death and rebirth that grapevines so eloquently demonstrated each and every year. During this particularly vulnerable early growth period, late frosts posed a grave and serious threat to the nascent vines. Vineyards consecrated to Dionysus would often erect small, reverent shrines at the perimeters of their fields, offering heartfelt supplications and offerings, fervently requesting divine protection for the tender new shoots. Those who faithfully maintained these sacred shrines consistently reported significantly fewer frost-related losses compared to neighboring fields, where such devout practices were regrettably neglected. As the vines grew taller and stronger, they inevitably required robust support. In contemporary vineyards, elaborate trellis systems serve this crucial purpose with great efficiency, but ancient Greek vintners typically employed simpler, yet effective wooden stakes. Dionysus imparted the wisdom that these supports should be positioned with meticulous care, not too close, so as to restrict the vital growth of the roots, yet not too far, to ensure adequate and proper structural support. The relationship between the vine and its stake was profoundly symbiotic, mirroring, in a deeper sense, the proper and harmonious relationship between human beings and the divine powers that govern their existence. By the advent of late spring, the vines would begin to flower, producing minuscule blossoms that would, in time, miraculously transform into succulent grape clusters. This marked an exceptionally delicate phase, as adverse weather conditions during the flowering period could dramatically reduce the eventual harvest. Dionysus was said to tirelessly patrol his vineyards during this critical period, often adopting the inconspicuous guise of an ordinary gardener, providing extra, unseen care to struggling plants. The god intuitively understood that successful viticulture demanded not just attention to the vines themselves, but a holistic consideration of the entire ecosystem surrounding them. He meticulously instructed vintners to actively encourage the growth of certain beneficial plants nearby, while judiciously removing others that might compete for vital nutrients and resources. He adeptly instructed them on distinguishing between beneficial insects, which facilitated the vital process of pollination, and those detrimental species that posed a direct menace to the nascent fruit. This comprehensive and integrated approach profoundly underscored Dionysus's inherent character as a deity presiding over intricate, interwoven ecosystems, rather than merely isolated natural phenomena, in stark contrast to divinities traditionally linked to singular environmental features, such as Poseidon's dominion over the boundless sea. Dionysus embodied the profound and complex interplay uniting the earth's fertile soil, life-giving water, radiant sun, burgeoning plant life, and the dedicated human endeavor that meticulously nurtured them into a state of perfect equilibrium. As the warmth of summer intensified and the nascent grape clusters began their delicate formation, Dionysus meticulously unveiled another crucial horticultural technique: the judicious, selective thinning of the developing fruit. Through the careful removal of a portion of the grape clusters from vines heavily laden with an abundance of produce, the remaining fruit was thereby enabled to absorb a greater concentration of vital nutrients, consequently fostering a superior and more nuanced flavor profile. This seemingly paradoxical practice, wherein a reduction in sheer quantity ultimately yielded an enhancement in intrinsic quality, transcended its agricultural origins to become a profound philosophical tenet within his sacred mysteries, imparting the wisdom that, at times, a measured relinquishment can paradoxically lead to a far richer and more profound eventual plenitude. The relentless heat of the Mediterranean summer presented its own formidable array of agricultural challenges. Protracted periods of drought threatened to severely compromise the vitality of the grapevines, while sudden torrential downpours carried the risk of causing the tender, developing grapes to rupture. Dionysus, ever the sagacious mentor, imparted sophisticated irrigation methodologies for arid spells. A precise balance was essential, ensuring not an excessive deluge that would inevitably dilute the grape's inherent flavor, but rather a sufficient measured hydration to sustain the vines in robust health. Conversely, for periods characterized by abundant rainfall, he meticulously demonstrated how optimal spacing between individual plants significantly enhanced air circulation, thereby mitigating the proliferation of moisture-induced diseases. Throughout the entirety of this crucial growing season, Dionysus consistently engaged in what the Hellenes termed sympathetic magic, a series of mystical rites and invocations designed to forge an immediate and potent link between his divine, life-giving power and the intricate developmental trajectory of the plants. It was not uncommon for him to traverse the vineyards barefoot, intentionally allowing his ethereal, sacred essence to permeate and enrich the very soil beneath his feet. He would also commune with the vines, speaking to them in an archaic tongue, a language far more ancient than any human utterance, its resonant words seemingly vibrating in perfect synchronicity with the intrinsic frequencies of the burgeoning flora. During the zenith of summer's heat, when the energetic growth of the vines perceptibly decelerated and the plants appeared to enter a phase of temporary stasis in their development, Dionysus himself would adopt a more subdued and introspective demeanor. This specific interlude, preceding the final, crucial ripening, was recognized as a period demanding profound patience, a time for an unwavering trust in the immutable natural processes that had already been diligently set in motion. The god frequently spent extended hours in quiet contemplation, often seated beneath the welcoming shade of an ancient olive tree positioned at the vineyard's periphery, appearing outwardly quiescent, yet maintaining an acutely heightened awareness of every nuanced and subtle alteration occurring within his cherished plants. As the golden hues of autumn began to softly descend, and the grapeberries embarked upon their captivating transformation in color, a pivotal physiological event known as veraison, Dionysus would once again resume a more proactive and engaged role in their meticulous care. This critical ripening phase held the ultimate sway over the distinctive character and quality of the eventual wine, and the deity dedicated an unparalleled level of attention during these crucial weeks. Given that disparate grape varieties matured at varying velocities, this necessitated his successive visits to numerous vineyards, where he diligently assessed the progression of sugar accumulation and the maturation of the seeds within each varietal. The precise determination of the optimal moment for harvest constituted, perhaps, the single most momentous judgment within the entire annual cultivation cycle. To gather the grapes prematurely would result in a lamentable deficit of both intrinsic sweetness and complex flavor dimensions. Conversely, a delayed harvest risked the grapes becoming overripe or succumbing to damage from the unpredictable, often inclement, autumn rains. Dionysus, with his unparalleled divine discernment, would meticulously sample grapes from various sectors of each vineyard, meticulously evaluating their readiness with an unerring, celestial exactitude. The harvest itself, while ultimately evolving into a vibrant community celebration, initially commenced as a profoundly meticulous, almost sacred endeavor. The inaugural clusters of grapes severed from the vine each year were accorded the reverence due to hallowed artifacts. Dionysus personally undertook the selection of these initial, pristine clusters, meticulously choosing those that most perfectly embodied the pinnacle of the year's arduous growth. These very first fruits were then ceremonially pressed, their precious juice reverently offered at his dedicated altar before any human palate was permitted to partake. The profound metamorphosis of mere grapes into the exquisite elixir of wine represented yet another intricate facet of Dionysus's quiet, diligent artistry. The fermentation process, an alchemical marvel where the simple grape juice underwent a profound conversion into wine through the unseen, diligent action of naturally occurring yeasts, was regarded with an awe-inspiring sense of deep mystery and hallowed significance. This imperceptible transformation, wherein a foundational sweetness gradually blossomed into a more intricate, complex, and potentially intoxicating substance, served as a profound mirror to the spiritual enlightenment and transformative experience Dionysus graciously bestowed upon his devoted adherents. Throughout the pivotal fermentation period, Dionysus would maintain a silent vigil beside the monumental clay vessels that cradled the nascent juice, assiduously monitoring the most subtle shifts in both aroma and visual presentation. He possessed an intrinsic understanding that this intricate process could not, under any circumstances, be precipitously hastened. Rather, the proper and full development of the wine demanded an unwavering patience and a disciplined restraint, qualities frequently overlooked and tragically understated in the more popularized, often sensationalized, depictions of his worship. Rigorous temperature regulation during the fermentation was of paramount importance, as distinct wine varietals necessitated divergent environmental conditions. Dionysus meticulously instructed vintners on the strategic relocation of their fermentation vessels to harness either the requisite warmth or cooling, precisely as the circumstances demanded. Some wines, for instance, were thoughtfully positioned in sun-drenched courtyards to encourage specific reactions, while others found their ideal environment within the cool, stable confines of subterranean caves. Each carefully chosen location intrinsically imparted unique and distinctive characteristics to the developing wine. Furthermore, the god possessed an acute comprehension of the indispensable role of scrupulous cleanliness in the art of winemaking, an innovative concept remarkably progressive for its historical epoch. Vessels designated for both fermentation and subsequent storage underwent a meticulous purification ritual involving seawater, followed by thorough rinsing and exhaustive drying prior to their utilization. This exemplary practice, unequivocally attributed to Dionysus's sagacious tutelage, effectively preempted a multitude of spoilage issues that could otherwise catastrophically compromise the integrity of the entire wine production. As the fermentation reached its completion and the nascent wine achieved a state of pristine clarity, Dionysus meticulously oversaw its careful transference into storage amphorae, distinctive clay vessels frequently interred partially within the cool earth, to guarantee stable, consistent temperatures. This intricate racking process demanded impeccable timing and precise technical skill to painstakingly separate the limpid wine from the residual sediment. The inaugural tasting of the freshly finished wine was invariably conducted in profound silence, with an intensely focused concentration dedicated to discerning the intricate tapestry of flavors that had so delicately unfolded. The sophisticated art of aging wine constituted yet another realm within Dionysus's profound expertise. He possessed an innate knowledge of which specific varietals would gracefully improve with the passage of time, and which, conversely, were best savored in their youthful vibrancy. He imparted wisdom regarding which wines would benefit from the judicious incorporation of pine resin, the very progenitor of modern retsina, or a selection of aromatic herbs, and which, by contrast, ought to remain in their unadulterated state. Certain exceptional vintages were permitted to mature for extensive periods, often years, being carefully reserved for momentous religious ceremonies or significant life passages such as matrimonial unions and solemn funerary rites. Throughout this entire intricate cycle encompassing growth, harvest, fermentation, and the eventual aging, Dionysus consistently exemplified a collection of virtues rarely highlighted in the more widely circulated accounts of his myths, namely, an unwavering patience, an exacting precision, a keen scientific observational capacity, and a judicious, restrained judgment. Before he fully embodied the deity of ecstatic liberation and unrestrained revelry, he was, at his core, the revered god of methodical cultivation and meticulous craftsmanship. His profound connection with grapevines transcended the mere boundaries of conventional agricultural knowledge. Dionysus perceived vines not just as plants, but as living entities, each possessing distinct personalities and unique requirements. He acutely recognized that every individual plant responded differentially to care. Some necessitated robust, unwavering support, while others flourished optimally with minimal human intervention. This profoundly individualized methodology towards cultivation subsequently informed his approach to his human devotees, acknowledging that diverse individuals inherently require disparate pathways to attain profound spiritual experience. The contemplative Dionysus of the vineyards maintained an extraordinarily detailed mental compendium of growing conditions, meticulously chronicling observations across countless years and even decades. He possessed the uncanny ability to recall with absolute precision the exact quantity of rainfall that had graced specific growth phases 5 years prior, or the precise manner in which an uncharacteristically warm spring had influenced the ripening patterns within a particular geographical region. This prodigious, enduring memory empowered him to adeptly modify cultivation techniques in response to fluctuating environmental conditions, thereby instructing vintners to harmoniously collaborate with nature's inherent variations, rather than attempting to defiantly contend against them. In geographical areas where grape cultivation proved particularly challenging, owing to impoverished soil quality or an inhospitable climate, Dionysus would dedicate additional, patient effort to meticulously devise and refine cultivation methodologies precisely tailored to the specific local conditions. His unwavering persistence in these formidable environments ultimately led to the establishment of thriving vineyards in locations that initially appeared utterly unsuitable, thereby significantly extending the geographical reach of wine production throughout the vast expanse of the Mediterranean world. Even as the veneration of Dionysus evolved to incorporate the more exuberant and ecstatic elements for which he eventually garnered widespread renown, the god steadfastly maintained his profound connection to the quiet, diligent process of cultivation. The boisterous and unbridled celebrations characteristic of later Dionysian festivals were always tempered and harmonized by quieter, more solemn rituals intrinsically linked to the foundational agricultural cycle. While the general populace might enthusiastically participate in the dramatic and public festivals, those who were more profoundly and earnestly dedicated to his worship also meticulously honored these subtler, more introspective observances. Initiates who delved into the profounder mysteries of Dionysus were instructed that the god's authentic essence encompassed both the unrestrained revelry associated with wine consumption and the painstaking, patient cultivation that invariably preceded it. They were taught that a truly genuine comprehension of the divine necessitated experiencing both facets: the meticulous, methodical labor inherent in growth, as well as the eventual joyous liberation of celebration. This fundamental agricultural bedrock remained conspicuously evident in Dionysian iconography throughout the entirety of ancient Greek history. While prevalent popular art might depict him adorned with ivy and clutching a brimming wine cup, more sacred and religiously significant representations frequently featured grapevines with their roots prominently displayed, unequivocally emphasizing the profound and enduring connection to the very act of cultivation. The intricate process of rephrasing a given text, while meticulously adhering to a strict set of guidelines, fundamentally relies upon the availability of a complete and substantial original document. The instruction provided, focusing on facizing the connection to cultivation, offers a crucial thematic direction, yet it does not present a full body of prose or narrative from which an expansive, detailed, and stylistically enriched paraphrase can be comprehensively derived. To effectively fulfill the requirement of maintaining the original length and structural integrity, including paragraphing and the sequential flow of ideas, and to simultaneously enrich the language through synonyms, diverse grammatical constructs, and illustrative examples, a substantive source text is an absolute prerequisite. Without the complete informational content or the original narrative framework, the precise application of the stipulated parameters, such as preserving factual and terminological consistency, ensuring tonal alignment, and crafting a lively, engaging essay-style narrative in the third person, becomes inherently unachievable. The absence of the full text precludes the generation of a faithful and elaborate reinterpretation that would meet all the specified criteria for a successful journalistic narrative.